Welcome to the Lost Lowdown podcast 133 with your hosts Claude and Justin.
What's up, guys?
We are back continuing our season 3 commentary series with episode 303 Further Instructions.
Hell yes, finally we get to watch this one.
Finally, the world's favorite Lost episode,
Yeah,
right?
no one. Oh man, I can't even tell you how excited I was when this episode was gonna come on.
You remember the day?
Well, of course, no, I don't. But I do remember that the setup for this was question mark. I think there was like one of the dreams was like you go here and like await further instructions,
Yeah.
and that's what they're quoting. And so it was like, oh, it's going to be one of those cool episodes where like they interact with the island, quote unquote, and Locke's going to get to pursue his quest or whatever journey he's on right now. I mean, I was very naive at the time.
Oh, we all were.
And so, and the others uh have become like a bit more boring, like now that we see them
Mm-hmm.
up close, like the
Their
first.
clubs and such.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, like the first scene was still kind of cool and interesting, but especially with the cages and seeing the rank and file others,
Yeah.
like they got more just like normal.
Yeah, down to earth.
Yeah, like standard bad guys,
Yeah.
And it's like that's not how they seemed in season two.
These people obviously leave footprints.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And it's like, how do they even, like, someone should have been like, Juliet, like, can you just walk right now? Like, I just want to see how your foot, like, leaves an imprint on the ground or not. Because, yeah, it's not really.
That's the
So,
hypothesis here.
exactly. And this was us checking in on what happened after the hatch imploded.
Mm-hmm.
And I was super interested in how that would go,
Sky
because
purple, people. It was a purple sky.
the sky turned purple. Whatever you saw, just shut up. The sky turned
Shut
purple.
up. You don't know what purple looks like.
Yeah, learn your colors and then come watch our show. So yeah, it like I was super hyped for this episode. And I can't tell you what kind of a disappointment it was at the time. Because it was just like, oh my God, really? Like, he's gonna go rescue Echo from a polar bear? Like, are you kidding me?
Oh yeah. No, yeah, it's all coming back to me now. That was really probably God, there's so many bad missions on this show.
Yeah.
Sawyer the tree frog come to mind.
Yep.
But I would say definitely rescuing Echo from the polar bear was one of the biggest like what the fuck? What are we huh? Why is the polar bear why is there a polar bear? Before when it was like why is there a polar bear was an interesting mystery. Like this
Yeah.
is just like stupid.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just like all of a sudden the polar bear is kidnapping people. Like, what? Like, it makes no
Oh,
sense.
well, of course the theory has to be that, which I'm sure we said before, the polar bear is Man in Black. John le Carne, right?
Oh my God. You know what? That shit's plausible. It really
That's
is.
that's the problem with this show in a nutshell.
Now that you say it out loud, it
Yeah.
had never occurred to me, but I think that's probably the best theory that I've ever heard.
Okay, well, now we can rewatch this episode and think about the plausibility of the polar bear being Titus Welliver.
Yeah, yeah. Because, I definitely think that, when Locke goes into the sweat lodge or whatever, and I love how like I I mean every story does this, but where they just randomly invent something and act like they knew about it the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
Suddenly Locke's like, I gotta build a sweat lodge, And like he never does that again. He never did that before. And it's just like, okay, whatever, fine. Build a sweat lodge. And so he does that, and then he goes and talks to Boone.
Yep.
You know, I definitely think that that is Men in Black.
Yeah, yeah.
It totally fits. It's the dead person. It's like giving Locke instructions on what to do. It knows stuff that he really shouldn't know. Like he's gonna give information about what's going on with Jack and Sawyer and Kate, and also like Saeed and Jin and Sun. Like a lot of stuff Locke doesn't know about, you
Hmm.
know. And so it really, I would say, yeah. And he's the one that gives Locke the mission to rescue Echo, and we know that Echo is going to be immediately pursued by the smoke monster, as soon as he arrives back.
Yeah, yeah. And this is coming off of, the whole Echo wanting to press the button and Locke
Hmm.
not wanting to press the button and that
Yep.
whole argument there.
And that
So
was manipulated by the Man in Black as well.
exactly, yeah. So it's a continuation of the Man in Black, I guess, wanting to try to use Echo to his advantage,
Yeah.
and maybe that whole confrontation with confessing is literally, uh, trying to get Echo to, how should I say it? Bend to his will,
Submit. Yeah.
submit. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, no, I think that's how I have to see it. And I really think that if the actor didn't want to leave,
Hmm.
then he probably would have submitted, and we would have got to see like I think there would have been more of Echo's manipulation tying in with Locke, and it would have been, I think the story might have been a little more, I don't know, dynamic.
Yeah, and I wonder if the confession was because I think before you kind of see the confession as a good versus evil thing, or good
Mhm.
people versus bad people. That whole dichotomy that
Mhm.
doesn't really work anymore. But I think you can also look at it as just Man in Black using lingo that Echo understands.
Right.
This is what his character is entrenched in, this religious idea. So I'll
Because he
use this
scanned his
religious idea
brain.
against him. Exactly, scan his brain scan 101.
And so he
Uh,
totally knows that, and he does the same thing with Richard, by the way.
mm-hmm.
That whole thing of, I will tell you Jacob's the devil, and I will appeal to what you already believe in to make you do what I want,
Exactly.
you know? And that's, I mean, he does that with Locke. I mean, he does that with everyone,
Yeah.
like that's his thing. So it totally makes sense. But I think they pushed, like maybe the Echo story would have ended up there eventually, but I think they just kind of put it on fast forward
Mm-hmm.
because, yeah, because actor didn't want to be on the show anymore.
Yeah.
And it's kind of too bad. I mean, it would have been a different show. I guess I'm fine with how it came out. Obviously, I'm still here in 2014, but it's interesting to think of alternate universe Lost where Echo doesn't die so fast.
Yeah, I wonder if we would have still had the same confession scene, but he would have confessed, and then Man in Black would have said, "Okay, well now you'll do what I say. Now I want you to go do X, Y, Z."
Yeah.
Which I don't know what turn of donkey wheel, or I don't know
Hmm.
what, but
Yeah, I mean, I think the plot would have had to change a bit, but I
yeah.
wonder how that. I mean, it probably would have arrived at similar points.
Hmm.
Um, and yeah, it would have been interesting to have Echo as a player in that whole thing because I think he has a different perspective from the other characters that end up involved in it.
Hmm.
And I think he created an interesting dynamic while he was there.
Yeah, and it is
Um,
interesting to see. Again, we have Locke, this man of faith, but he's not actually religious.
right.
He has faith in his own selfish need for a purpose.
Yeah.
But then you have Echo, who is religious,
Yeah.
by guilt, by way of guilt, right? He wasn't religious when he was a warlord,
Right.
but
Or
through
even
guilt.
like right before they crashed on the island.
Yeah, exactly. So, but then he finds some faith, and then so it's interesting that he is literally a man of faith,
Yeah.
literally and figuratively, and then Man in Black trying to use that, but then juxtaposed on Locke, who is quote unquote the man of faith on the show, who isn't really religious, but yet has wavering faith, really. And again, there you go, like this idea of true faith, not needing justification, not needing supporting details, not
Mhm.
needing at every single step reassurance,
Yeah.
which is faith,
Confirmation,
versus
affirmation.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly, versus Locke who's like, pat me on the back, I have faith.
Mhm.
It's like, no, 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 no. Faith should mean you don't need that.
Exactly. It's supposed to fulfill itself. It's supposed
Hmm.
to be its own kind of reward. Like if it's not enough for you, then you don't really have faith, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, if like Jesus was like, "Oh, I'm the Messiah because God is telling me I am," but then if God stops talking or showing up in his life, then it's and then if Jesus was like, "Oh, I guess I'm not." That's not the savior I think most Christians would want.
Right. Yeah. Well put. I would have to agree.
If he's like, "Oh no, the Romans are coming," I guess I'm not the son of God.
Mhm.
That wouldn't exactly be the kind of figure that would last for 2,000 years.
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly.
I
It's
guess what
not.
I'm saying is Locke isn't going to be a religious figure in human religion 2,000 years from now. I hope I'm not, spoiler alert, right?
Yeah. Wow, what a spoiler. Um
Sorry.
yeah, no, I think
We
that's
were all
pretty
hoping
safe
for
to
that,
say.
but
Yeah, we're not gonna have Lockeism,
yeah.
but uh
Lockeism will be having faith and then changing your mind when
mhm.
something doesn't go your way.
And uh I think that's the thing about Locke being the man of faith and Jack being the man of science that, Locke uh he's duped too easily, as they say many times,
Yep.
and but he loses confidence in his own beliefs very just as easily,
Yeah.
and so I really don't think he's a man of faith. I mean, I feel like that's what he wants to believe of himself.
And you can't blame him because of his past, because nothing he's
Yeah,
ever built himself upon was ever sound.
yeah,
He can't. I think there's some basic psychology going on here where his whole origin of being is up for grabs. He's been
yeah.
duped and tricked about how he was conceived. He's duped and tricked
Mhm.
about his relationship with his father. So he's got this fundamental uh, disbelief in his own
Right,
being,
right.
who he should be and what. And if something says, "Hey, go this way," he'll go that way if it seems like it'll
Yeah.
benefit him. But if it says, "Okay, go that way," and then walk that journey by yourself, he's like, "No, no, 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 no. I don't know what that means. I can't do that."
But he desperately wants that purpose and that connection. And so even with his father, like even after he takes his kidney, he still goes back to him
Yeah.
and
It's got
still
nothing. Yeah, yeah, because it's that insecurity. It's almost like it is an abusive relationship. But
yeah,
it's almost like a traditional domestic abuse situation of like it's the insecurity that keeps him coming back.
yeah,
Even if he knows better, even if he feels like he should do something else, at least he knows what he'll get out of that. Even if it's not what he wants, he'll
right.
know. He'll know because his father showed him time and time again what he'll give him, which
Mhm.
is a hard time, or maybe a push out of a window, or
Yeah.
maybe a felled kidney.
Yeah, I mean it seems like only that stopped him from trying to get his father's approval.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, why did it have to go that far? Like, damn. Get a hint. And I kind of feel like that's what happens on the island too. Like he's constantly wrong about
Oh
things.
my
He's
God,
constantly led astray.
you're nailing the nail on the head. Basically, Man in Black is another father figure for
Yeah,
him.
yeah,
Another person who he shouldn't trust. Another
yes,
person who's tricking him for their own gain.
yes.
And he doesn't see it until it's Michael. I mean Michael Emerson, but Ben too.
Mhm,
Someone who's using him for his own gain. He doesn't see it till it's too
mhm.
late. And again, we've said it before. Locke is the most tragic character on this show.
Yeah,
His beginning is tragic, the middle is tragic, and his end is tragic.
yep,
Like his high points are like when he was teaching Walt how to throw a knife
yep,
and smiling with the orange,
yep.
and it's all downhill from there.
It's true. It's
Even when he
true.
was working at the box company, nobody took him seriously. He's
Yep.
pretending these war games he's playing,
Mhm.
military. it's I just want to cry for this guy. I
Yeah,
can't even think of any more tragic characters like
yeah,
in history. Like it's just insane. Even
yeah.
Jesus is like, hey, I had a good run up before the end.
It's true. It's true. It's true. It was bad in the final days, but at least like the early days and the middle days
And
and
and he got to come back. So even if it was
true.
bad in the final days, he did come back after that. So he still
True.
got the last laugh.
And that's the ultimate fuck you, I think, that even after he's dead, they're
Yeah.
still shitting on him because they have the Man in Black pretend to be him resurrected.
Yeah, and that's funny. That's another Jesus
Yes.
situation of like, yeah, he came back from the dead, but it wasn't him.
Yeah.
He made his legacy worse.
Yes.
His legacy was to cause more harm and misery to people, and not be a leader and a messiah for good. It's really, God, these people were so sadistic to
Yeah.
his character.
It's really extreme. It's like,
Yeah,
wow, I can't believe how much they just like destroyed his character.
just destroyed everything.
Yeah, and like any hope we had for him was misplaced.
Yeah.
You know, like we were as duped as he was if we thought that he was on a path of, redemption and being, somehow finally affirmed or given some kind of larger purpose or,
Mhm.
role to play. Like he really ends up, it's the others who, it's like Jack and other people who get to fill that role. He really gets
Yeah, the
nothing.
people who never really wanted it.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Exactly. And I think that with Jack, although he takes forever to believe, and obviously he's pretty stubborn about that for a long time, once he's on board, I mean once he believes, he's really committed to it,
Yeah.
and so he doesn't get shaken by doubt constantly. And so once he's ready to like accept um his purpose and all that, it actually, comes to fruition,
Yeah.
and
Well, and that goes back to why their characters are different is, Man in Black didn't try to control Jack in the same way because Jack wasn't as controllable.
yeah. I do think it's kind of strange that he he appears as Jack's dad to Locke, you know,
Hmm.
but he never appears as Jack's dad to Jack, except perhaps the one time off island, you know?
Well, and in the beginning, right? When he
Oh,
sees
right.
him, you know.
Good point. Right at the beginning. Yeah, 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 yeah.
But
But
I feel like that beginning was I mean they didn't really write this, but I kind of felt like it was he was testing him out to see how gullible he was, and he
mhm.
wasn't that gullible.
Yeah.
So he moved on the lock.
Yeah.
I do think there's something there, but
Yeah, I
but
think you're right.
I thought what you were gonna say was he never appeared to Locke as Locke's dad.
Yes, that is what I was going for.
Okay.
Yeah. It's just kind of surprising that Locke's interactions with him were a lot in the form of Jack's dad
Yeah.
and not in the form of his own dad, exactly. Like, because I
Yeah.
I feel like that could have been, that would have made it even more literal. I mean, I think having it as Jack's dad already gets the point across that you were saying that he is kind of a father figure for him.
Hmm.
But if it was actually his own dad, then it could have been even more, uh, uh, that point could have been more stronger. And
Yeah.
I always felt like him as Jack's dad, he never. I feel like they never like exploited that as much as they should have.
Hmm.
You know, like it feels like he's Jack's dad when no one knows who he is.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a weird. Yeah. There's that weird kind of um production aspect of the show, right? Of like, okay, we want to use the actor who plays Christian, so
Right.
we'll use him, versus like, he's a series, regular recurring character, so we
Yeah.
have him on the contract versus Locke's dad, who's like a guest star.
Mhm.
So there's that weird thing of it's a production, so there's limitations there, but yeah, it is strange that that's kind of the one of the big scenarios where Man in Black doesn't exploit um, the victim by using somebody the victim knows,
Yeah.
which is what he usually does.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's strange because with Echo, he uses Yemi, you
Hmm.
know, and with Richard, he uses his wife. Like it's with Ben, he uses Locke.
Yeah.
you know, um, but yeah, it's weird that for a while he just takes the form of someone that the character doesn't even know.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know, and it feels a little off, like something's amiss there in
Hmm.
terms of the the MO.
Yeah, it's an outlier in his MO.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe he's supposed to be Walt at the end of this season. That works a little more for Locke, I think.
Yeah.
And Boone definitely,
Yeah, for sure.
which is what he's going to do in this episode. But yeah, the Christian era for Man in Black, I think they don't quite it doesn't quite work the way it should.
The only thing they get out of that, or I should say, the big thing they get out of that is when Locke is going to leave the island, and then Christian gets to say, "Tell my son I said hello," or
Hmm.
whatever. Like that works because that's supposed to help. That's supposed to help Locke, give Locke a tool to help convince Jack,
Right.
but that actually doesn't even work. So it's
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah, yeah, and there's no follow through on that. That was
Yeah.
one of my big disappointments that when um Jack finally sits down with the Man in Black and has this big talk, and it's like, okay, now I'm gonna ask you some questions, and we're gonna have some exposition where like I
Hmm.
reveal things. His big question was, was that you that I saw early on, the
Yeah.
the White Rabbit stuff?
Yeah.
And he's like, yup. It's like, okay, uh, I think we could have guessed that, and that doesn't really help us much. What I wanted him to realize, and I feel like on screen he never realized this, was that you who said say hello to my son to Locke?
Yeah.
Like I feel like that's a more interesting question to have answered.
Yeah.
Even though I
Yeah.
think the answer is clearly the same, but at least
And
for
it's more
Jack,
important to the plot. It's way
exactly.
more important to the plot.
Because for Jack, like that means something different. That changes what's going on. Like when Locke comes back, it means that he was sent there by this guy,
Yeah.
and he was told to say that by this guy, and that
Yeah.
really puts a different perspective on them having to go back.
Yeah. Exactly.
And like that could have been a source of interesting conflict for Jack, but it just doesn't even come up.
Yeah.
He never cares, and I found that kind of disappointing that they don't. It sort of seems like it motivates Jack early on, and there's a whole thing with Locke serving as a proxy for Christian, and like they work around the edges of that idea, but they never really nail it home,
Yeah.
you
Nailed it
know.
home. Yeah.
And he doesn't appear. Continues to appear as Locke. He's stuck that way or whatever. We never get to see him try to use that against Jack, openly.
Yeah.
And that would be the obvious person. If he wanted to take the form of Jack's dad, it should be for Jack. And early on he does it, but it's kind of before any of his plans are fully in motion,
Hmm.
you know?
Well, speaking of, we're kind of in that territory. Before we started the podcast, we were kind of talking about Locke and Jack and Man in Black and how the show ended and stuff. So you want to get back to that topic and
Yeah. So like I was originally I recently at the end of July, like the Twin Peaks Blu-ray set came out, and so I was watching that and just thinking about, because it was something I compared Lost to a lot as it went along, especially in terms of answers and mythology and how it ends, you know.
Mhm.
And I don't want to spoil Twin Peaks, but like at the end of Twin Peaks, there is a
Wait, hold on,
kind.
hold on. If you haven't seen Twin Peaks, go watch all of it. We'll wait. And okay, now we're ready.
I would love to know, like, the person who paused the podcast, went and watched the entire series, and then came back. That would be awesome.
There are heroes for sure.
Yes, gold star for you.
Yep.
Um, yeah, so I'm just going to be very vague so that I don't really spoil anything. But basically, there's at the end of the series, there's a confrontation, a journey into the unknown and the strangeness that has been going on in the series, since the
Yep.
beginning.
The fundamental origin of the strangeness.
Exactly. And you really get to see the main character like confront this like directly,
Yeah.
and it's this weird, interesting. I mean, it's David Lynch, so it's kind of just on a different wavelength from what Lost will ever do.
Yeah.
And so that's one thing, but that's what I wanted out of Lost. I mean, when I imagined the end of the series, I always imagined Jack having some similar kind of thing where he really like journeys into, and this kind of happens, but he journeys into, some secret place on the island, and he has some interaction with the crazy, mysterious forces that are there,
Hmm.
and we really get to see like finally, the strangeness in its full glory, and that's, or at least early on, like that's kind of something that's where I thought the series would be heading. It wouldn't necessarily be like Twin Peaks, but we'd at least have that satisfaction,
Yeah.
this journey into the strange heart of what makes this island crazy, you know. And yeah, they kind of did that, but it was so much, it didn't really happen that way.
Yeah, and what I was saying was it would have been interesting because they kind of had that in a bit. They had the elements of that, but instead what they decided to do was Dale Cooper, Colin McLaughlin's character, main character in Twin Peaks, goes to this place where the fundamental supernatural thing has that confrontation. That's analogous to Jack fighting Locke, who's a man in black who looks like Locke at the end in the cliffs.
Yeah,
But they decided to turn that into an action sequence, which it worked fine.
yeah,
And then the second part of that was they had Desmond in the Light Cave, which is really more analogous to the place Cooper
yeah,
goes to in Twin Peaks.
yeah,
And then he does the whole thing and he pulls the plug and all that stuff. And what I was saying earlier off podcast was that's what they should have had Jack do. They should have Jack be the one to go into the Light Cave. The
yeah,
Light Cave takes him to a Flash sideways sort of place, like we see in the finale. And Christian is there, but it's not Christian. It's Man in Black. It is the
yeah,
evil incarnate that we have been hearing so much about.
yeah,
And now we have Jack in this metaphysical place having a confrontation, not a non-action sort of confrontation
yeah,
with the fundamental force on the island that
right.
that that is imposing its will, and that would have been a lot more interesting. Instead, they decided to split. They decided to make Desmond this weird quasi hero. Instead of giving Jack all the focus, I guess the constant, everyone loves I don't know
Hmm.
why Desmond got so much. Why couldn't Jack been the one who's has this electromagnetism
Hmm.
power? Why
Yeah,
not? You
yeah.
know, um,
Yeah, and I feel like they were forcing Desmond into the story because like his character was done.
yeah,
Once he gets off the island, even after the constant, like he's so finished with the island and the show in general. And it's like the show keeps like dragging him back, you know?
yeah.
Like the island's not done with you, and by the island I mean the
The
writers.
writers, yeah,
Like they want you to play this role, and so you're gonna have to do it whether you like it or not.
yeah.
And yeah, I agree. I mean, it's kind of forced, and I mean they did. I know that they did improvise. Like Desmond originally was not intended to be. I mean, like Ben, he was not intended to be such a big character
Hmm.
as he
Hmm.
became. And I do think that they liked him in season 2, and they made him a series regular in season 3. And yeah, once they did the constant, I think his place on the show was solidified
Yeah.
because
Imagine if.
they
Oh,
still
go ahead.
say that that's their favorite episode.
Yeah, whatever. So.
I know. It's like I think it's really overrated. It's not bad. It's a good episode, but damn,
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. But damn, I feel like it's the only thing to say to that. I would imagine this as a scene. Jack realizes the way to depower Man in Black who looks like Locke, who's in Locke's body or whatever. Do we even know anymore? I guess he's not in Locke's body because Locke's body is
Right.
separate. But so we do know that. But
Yeah.
imagine if he's like, okay, I gotta find the light cave and I gotta pull the plug. Um, imagine if Locke / Man in Black tries to stop him. So they're both in the light cave.
Hmm.
They're wrestling over the plug. They both go to a flash
Yeah.
sideways. And then instead of it looking like Christian, he looks like Titus Welliver.
Yeah.
And then you can have your. I feel like there's ways you could have had that kind of good versus evil confrontation battle over the island, and not have it literally be a fist fight on the cliff.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah.
wasn't that great.
No.
Like it wasn't. Yeah, it would have. They could have gotten away with so much more interesting stuff if it was in some weird supernatural metaphysical realm.
Yeah.
Versus I'm just gonna like do a jumping punch and punch you and like.
I mean, I like the jump punch, but even that was disappointing because like they came back from the commercial and the jump punch turned into just like
A regular punch, yeah.
Yeah, and he just kind of pushes him, and it's like that's it.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that fight isn't nearly cool enough for to like be the climactic fight of the series.
And you know what? That would have made so much more sense if. Oh my God! Why didn't I write this show? For a lot of reasons.
Don't start naming any.
Don't start. So many reasons. Why didn't they? Oh God, this would have been so much better. Why didn't they have? Like I said, the setup is Man in Black. I'll just say Locke. I want to say Man in Black, but I'll say Locke.
Yeah.
And Jack in the light cave. They're wrestling over the cork, the plug or whatever. They and they go into the realm where the evil incarnate came from.
Yeah.
So whoever leaves is the one who gets to control the island. And basically, my point being, put the evil back where it came from.
Yeah.
And like so Jack and Man in Black have their fight in this flash sideways whatever realm, and then Jack wins. He comes out of it. He's gonna die, but he comes out of it, and then the smoke monster's gone. Because it's stuck back where it came from.
Right.
Like that would have made so much more sense.
Yeah.
That he had to put the evil back where it came from.
Yeah.
And back in the cork.
Absolutely. Instead of just kicking him off a cliff.
Instead of kicking him off a cliff.
Yeah.
Because still the evil's out, right?
Mm-hmm. Or is it like it's vague and I don't even know what we're supposed to think? Like, did the evil did it like reform back in the cave, or is it gone now? Like they don't even talk about it.
Wow.
It's not clear.
Yeah, no, that would have made so much more sense if it's like, no, we gotta, or like we gotta trick it back into the cave. Somehow we gotta lure him back to where it all started, and then trap it there and leave it there.
The thing is, they don't even ever know that that's what happened. They don't know that that's where the smoke monster was created.
Yeah,
because he doesn't tell them, and they never find it out. So like, first of all, I wish they had found that out. Second of all, like, Jacob tells them, or Jacob tells Richard who tells them.
That could have been the mission Jacob gave Jack before Jacob died. When he's back for like 5 minutes, he could have said, "Listen, this is the place where it all happened, and this is where it's got to end. You've got to get him back to the light cave."
Yeah.
And that still would have worked because Jacob didn't really know how it happened. He knew he knew what he saw,
right?
But he wouldn't even have to have known the details of how to like get Man in Black back or whatever. He just knows. Listen, I know it came from here. It needs to go back there for this whole story to end. And Jack gets it. God, I'm so upset. No, it's so simple. It's right in their face.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, it's like they were almost there. You know? And another thing I really like about this idea is that, well, just aside from like it satisfies what I wanted most from the end of the show, which is good enough. It also like something I was really disappointed in about the Flash Sideways is that it never really tied in with the island.
Yeah.
And I always wanted there to be a connection there. And this idea of like Christian showing up and it's Man in Black and then he turns to Titus Welliver, like they flirted with that idea. They had Sun being wheeled into the hospital and she sees Locke and she goes, it's him. And so it's like it's almost, and then there was this moment where in the finale, in the final episode, where like Locke like opens his eyes in the hospital bed and he goes, "It worked," you know, and
Yeah.
like for half a second you think, "Oh my God!" Like the Man in Black transported the Flash sideways, you know, like it almost seems like something that crazy might happen,
Hmm.
you know, and I feel like they openly like suggested that that might be a possibility, you know,
Yeah.
that there might be a connection between you know, also having Desmond hit Locke with the car, you
Hmm.
know, like that was another thing where it's like, why is he doing that?
Yeah.
You know, and it made it seem like he's connecting with the Man in Black, Locke with the Man in Black, you know, and but so it's like they were again just on the edge of a good idea that they never realized, you know,
Yeah.
and like having yeah, having a metaphysical confrontation that they could have tied in with the Flash Sideways and the island, had Jack have the confrontation with his father finally, have like a strangeness, a metaphysical crazy confrontation instead of a boring fight on a cliff, which
Yeah.
like you can see in any number of action
Anything.
movies or other scenes in
I was
Lost.
just gonna say, or other lost. Yeah.
You know, I mean, I think the Desmond Kelvin fight is
Yep. That's
better.
exactly what I was thinking of. Yep.
You know, and it's like, why is that? Or like Saeed and Kimi's fight, you know, like
Oh my God, what a great fight.
it's better, you know, and it's like it shouldn't be. You should
Yeah,
not
that really shouldn't be.
like random goon from season 4 should not be better.
Honestly, I mean, besides the stuff Man in Black did, like tricking people, Kimi was so much a better villain.
Yeah.
You know, like he was so much more threatening in the moment.
Yes. Yes. Because
You
the Man in
feared
Black wouldn't take credit for anything. He was just always like, I'm not doing anything. What's your
that's not
problem?
me. Yeah, exactly. Kimi would have been like, yeah, I did it. I did all of it. I did stuff I didn't even do. Like,
Exactly, exactly. Like, why not? Yeah, it was me, sure.
yeah, was it bad? I did it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it's like, why? It's just, it was frustrating that he just refused to acknowledge like anything as
Yeah,
being his fault. You know, it's just like, why is he like that? I don't know. It just, yeah, it made him less threatening.
yeah, for sure.
Because he wouldn't take on like they played like the music was good, and yeah, the idea of him is like really scary and interesting, but the way they executed it,
Hmm.
you know, again, it's like they're so close to good ideas.
So close. If it
It's
was a
like,
snake, it would have bit him.
yes, yes, because I mean the idea of, and again, like they have something like this, they have something like this in Twin Peaks. I mean, this is an idea that, I mean, it goes back, but I mean, the idea of this crazy force that can take the form of dead people that you knew and use it against you, like it's scary, you
Yeah.
know, and who also can invade your dreams,
Yep.
you know, like and read your mind. Like all of that stuff on paper, the Man in Black is terrifying.
It's the stuff Stephen King does well.
Yeah, yeah, it is totally like that, you know?
Yeah.
Like it has a ton of things in common with Man in Black, and I'm sure that that's not a coincidence, you know?
Hmm.
But uh the way they realize it is just so much less frightening,
Yeah.
you know, than it was. And it's like, why? Like it knows how to prey on your fears. It knows how to like use your dead loved ones against you. It's like it can take the form of these things and create these scenarios and invade your dreams. And it's like, why is it so like mundane and boring when it's on screen and finally like executing its final plan?
Hmm. I think the big answer there is at the end of the day, they didn't want a Man in Black to be evil incarnate. They want,
Yeah.
back to our fundamental theory about loss of, all these things being your perspective and the meaning you
Mhm.
place on it. I think it's it's a more interesting idea to have evil incarnate not really be evil. It's also less interesting.
Yeah.
It's less scary.
Definitely less
The
scary.
stakes aren't as big.
Yeah.
If you're just fighting someone who people say is evil,
Yeah.
but no one can prove is evil. And by the way, they don't even think they're evil.
Yeah.
And
Oh, sorry, sorry.
it makes his character uh I guess more dimensional,
Hmm.
or more relatable, I mean.
Yeah.
But it doesn't make it more interesting.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Right. Yeah, it makes him more complex, I guess, but yeah, it's not as scary, and it's somehow not as interesting for him as an antagonist,
Yeah.
you know? And the thing I forgot to mention, I just realized, was the claiming. You know, the
Mhm.
idea of not only does he do everything I just mentioned, but he can take control of you somehow. You know, he can invade your mind and your spirit in such a way that you turn evil. You
Yeah.
know, that idea is scary as shit.
He made Claire leave her baby in the woods. I mean,
Yes.
that's a pretty crazy thing.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. And yeah, the way Danielle's team was acting, like it's a really frightening idea, and it's like, but why is its execution? And also when they bring it up, he's just like, I don't do that. What are you
Yeah.
talking about? You
Yeah.
know, it's like, what? Like, I don't, and then it's just like, oh man, it's just up to your interpretation, you know? Like, maybe they just did it because they thought they were evil, but they really weren't, you know? Like, what?
Oh, yikes.
You know, it's just about what you believe, man. And it's like, that's totally in the spirit of the show, as we have discovered. But it's
Yeah.
also, and it's like interesting in a way, and I appreciate it. And here I am talking about it. But yeah, in terms of like impact, in terms of like what's interesting to watch on screen,
Yeah.
I kind of would have preferred the other thing. You know, this idea of him doing those things makes him terrifying as an antagonist, as someone they have to fight. You know?
Yeah, and it would have been interesting if they had the same thing they have on the show, but maybe it's about Man in Black realizing he is evil. Maybe he didn't.
Hmm.
Maybe okay, fine. He doesn't take credit because he doesn't know. But then they show, dude, you're claiming people. Yeah, you might not be thinking you're claiming,
Hmm.
but you're claiming people, dude. You're doing this and you're doing that, and
Yeah.
maybe that would have been interesting for him to realize. Oh crap! You know, when I went into that light cave and I came out as a smoke monster, okay, I am different.
Hmm.
Like maybe that kind of been an interesting little angle to have what they showed us, but to actually make him realize that there is something legitimately to fear that's not interpretational.
Right. And the start of that could have been Jacob telling him, uh, look, brother, when I pushed you into that cave, I turned you into an evil force, and that's why I can't let you leave the island.
Yeah.
You
Or
know?
an evil force got attached to you,
Yeah.
and we need to get this evil force off of you. I don't know
Yeah.
how, but
But I
you can't
can't.
leave. I can't let you leave until I separate you from this evil.
Yeah, like as a reasonable, can't you understand like why that has to be contained? You
Hmm.
know, it's not like I just want to trap you because mother said so, or I just want to trap you because I don't know why. It's I want to trap you because this force is evil incarnate, and if it's released in the world, it could be catastrophic. And they almost said that, but no
Yeah.
one ever said it to Man in Black.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like, so he's just like, why can't I leave? And it's like, he doesn't answer, you
Yeah.
know, and maybe he doesn't believe it at first. Maybe Jacob tells him and he's like, yeah, bullshit, you know, like I'm getting off, you know,
Hmm.
but maybe, right, like he gradually realizes that that is what happened in the cave and that he really was changed.
Yeah.
And like now he's got this evil attached to him. And like, yeah, I think that would have been more interesting if they wanted to like make him still a complex character, not just pure evil, but
Yeah.
like someone who was infected himself, you
Yeah.
know, and then got the power to do that to others and stuff like that.
Yeah, and they could have even gone so far as to say the evil incarnate is playing tricks on him.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Like it's kind of infected him to do things that, you know, he wouldn't have done if he were just the man he used to be.
Yeah.
You know, and they could have still saved the idea that it's just a human being ultimately, you know, it's just this guy, But since they made it so ambiguous as to like even doubt whether the evil exists, like then if the evil doesn't exist, it's just this guy who got
Mhm.
some weird powers. It's
Yeah,
like, it's like a comic book movie or something. It's just like he's a
yeah,
supervillain, you know?
hmm
And we just have to defeat him. We have to find somebody to we got to find the kryptonite
yeah. Find his
and
kryptonite, and then beat
disable
him
his
up. Beat him
powers.
up when he's next to the kryptonite, and
Yeah.
then kill him, and then he's over with.
And that's basically what happens.
Yeah,
And it's just like it just seems so disappointing.
yeah.
you know, because it's like that's all it's down to in the end, like some guy with weird powers, like really?
And that
And
would have been nice to see when they do move the cork, like the smoke monster being sucked back into it or something.
yeah, yeah,
You
yeah,
know.
yeah, totally, totally. I feel like I mean, they just flubbed that whole thing. It's really weird. Like the cork unplugs and then he becomes physical, but he's Locke. Like,
Hmm.
I feel like what should have happened is, like what you said, they unplug the cork and he becomes Titus Welliver.
Yeah, that's what should have happened.
That would have made more sense, you
Yeah,
know?
because he
Like,
doesn't have the power, so why would he
yeah,
look like Locke?
exactly, exactly. He should revert back to what he was before, you
Yeah,
know? And it's like, again, it feels like it was Terry O'Quinn is the regular on the show, like
yeah,
he's been the face of Man in Black, and they're not going to abandon that in the last episode. You
yeah,
know what I mean? It's like it's more practical reasons because I feel like it just makes more sense for him to revert to Titus Welliver
yeah.
and like finally get to be again the man that he was before.
And I
You
and
know?
I've said it before, like they really should have had Locke, the spirit of Locke, somehow come back and help with
Yeah.
that fight or something. That would have been a nice little final vindication for his character of like, well, at least you did something positive on this damn show.
Yes, especially because I mean they showed that there were like real ghosts and spirits hanging out on the island whispering, you
Yeah.
know? And if anyone was going to not be able to move on,
Oh, geez, yeah, for sure.
it would have been Locke. So it's like, yeah, I totally agree. I think that would have been really nice, because I feel like Michael tried to get his redemption,
Hmm.
and he did the best he could, holding that bomb off from being blown up until the last second. And I feel like he felt like, and Christian shows up again inexplicably and tells him, "You can go now." Like on some level, he should feel fulfilled,
Yeah,
by like trying to help them, saving some of them, and getting some kind of redemption for what he did. You
yeah.
know, versus Locke who died thinking I don't understand.
Oh,
It's like why is he able to move on? Like it just doesn't really add up.
yeah,
And yeah, I think it would have been better if he gets his vindication by helping them on the island, and then that's why he's able to move on.
exactly.
You know, like that would have been so much more satisfying for the viewer and for the character, who
Hmm.
never got, because that's another thing we've brought up many times. I mean, he never got answers, you know,
Nothing.
he never understood what was happening. And so,
Literally.
yeah, yeah, exactly. And so it's like if he's a ghost on the island, then he's like seeing stuff happening and he's getting his answers.
Yeah.
In addition to being able to help, like, yeah, god damn it, why couldn't we have that show?
Isn't it maddening?
It is.
It's so
It's really
crazy.
frustrating. It's really frustrating. Yeah, I mean, God. Yeah, I wish you had written the show. It
Well,
would have
listen,
been
I
nice.
wouldn't have been able to write 90% of the show, but I think 10% of the show I
Yeah,
could have like just like tweaked a
the
bit of what
tweaks.
they thought. Yeah, just the tweaks. I could do the tweaks.
Because their bare bones are usually like fine. You
Yeah,
know,
exactly.
it's really the details where
They
they,
have to connect things and
yeah,
yeah, tying things up and making things satisfying. It's that little thing.
exactly, exactly. Because they're always really close to good ideas.
so close.
And I feel like that's one of the reasons why we still talk about the show, why we like
Yep.
the show, because they really are. Sometimes they actually hit the good ideas,
Yep.
but often they're very close to the, and so there's so much stuff here that has a lot of potential.
It's like an itch you have to scratch because they're so close
Yeah,
if it was perfect, there'd be nothing to talk about.
right.
It'd be like, hey, that show was perfect. Yeah, okay, great, done.
Exactly, exactly. Like we in the past have had like really long conversations about this movie, Source Code,
Hmm. Hmm.
which I think is a piece of shit. I mean, I think
Yep.
the movie is worthless, and I recommend that no one watch it. But but like we talked about it for a long time because like to pick it apart, there's so much going on there that's wrong. And also, in similarly to Lost, the movie was close to good ideas.
Yes.
You
Yeah.
know, they just failed to execute them.
Hmm.
And so it's that kind of weird phenomenon where they fail, but they could have succeeded.
Yeah, they fail in this interesting way. Um, yeah, I don't. I'm trying to think of an analogy. It's like somebody trying to dunk a basketball and just missing, and you
Yeah,
don't know why they missed the dunk because it's a slam dunk.
yeah.
So you get the tape and you rewind
Mhm.
it and you play it in slow motion. You try to see where did it go. Where did it? Okay, if he would have jumped that way, or if he would have moved his hand that way, maybe it would have. So you try to figure out why they missed what seemed like an obvious goal.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And it is different from saying like, oh, you could just write the whole show like that, that's a bigger task. And
Hmm.
I usually think when people say that online, like bullshit, like you don't know how to write a TV show. you
Yeah.
know? Like there's skill there. Like whether you thought their plot directions are perfect, I mean, there's a lot of technical things that they really know how to do.
Yeah, for sure.
And structuring an episode, for example, like there's very basic things that you really have to get right to even get
To
to the
even
point.
play the game, yeah,
Yeah,
to even get to the point of the fine details, you really got to have, like I said, you got to have 90% of it working.
exactly. Exactly, where you can debate like the finer points of how plot point A or B works.
Yeah.
But but uh it does feel like why didn't someone stand up in the writers room or at the script stage or something and say, and this is Damon and Carlton's responsibility, like like what is our arc here, what are we trying to accomplish, like why, how is this a satisfying story?
Hmm. Yeah.
you know I feel like it seems like that failed, like they did things that moment to moment seem to make sense, and like you could sort of justify in the long term, but it feels like they didn't think it through enough.
Yeah. I
you
think it's
know
something simple, and I mean, this took all these years to really get to this point, so I can see it being, and maybe not being obvious to him at the time, but it's a simple thing as if you say the evil incarnate came out of the light cave, then why not say the evil incarnate needs to go back into the light cave?
yeah,
It's that kind of simple thing of like that's just symmetry,
yeah,
which is what storytelling is. And because people want what goes up must come down kind of a thing.
yeah,
So you go, well, why did you guys think it was fine just to kill the evil, which was in a different person's body, instead of saying it needs to go back to where it came from for the long term health of the island,
yeah,
and whatever sort of big idea you want to say the island has, in terms of its function in the world, you know. Um, so yeah, it's really, and then, but then maybe they say, okay, well, it doesn't need to go back into the light cave because it's not actually evil incarnate, it's something else, and we won't tell you what it is. But people call it evil. It's not really evil. They just assume it's evil because it looks evil and it does evil, but doesn't
mhm,
mean it's evil. So so maybe that's their reasoning is, okay, we don't need that symmetry of the smoke going back to the light cave because that's not what it's about.
yeah,
But nevertheless, you also have to think about how the audience is interpreting it, which they do, of course.
yeah.
Um, but yeah, it's just that kind of thing of, is this satisfying? Is Jack beating up Locke on a cliff as, as satisfying as Jack having a metaphysical encounter with the fundamental force of the island and righting all a wrong that was started
Mhm.
2,000 years ago by Jacob and Man in Black.
Yeah,
You know.
exactly. And also another thing I really like is the satisfaction of the Man in Black himself having to go back to the place where he was created,
Yeah.
where he was turned into the smoke monster. I feel like they don't play that up at all.
No.
It's weird. Like he goes there, he hasn't been back to the cave. I think we're led to believe since he was, since he came out of there.
Yeah.
Because you can't find the place unless you're the protector of the island.
Yeah.
Like that's what they established. And so since he can't go back there, and that was like where it all started. I mean, it just feels like he should have had to go down there,
Mhm.
but he doesn't. Like he just lowers Desmond in, and then he kind of just stands outside, and it's like, why doesn't he care? Like, why isn't this? There was drama there,
Yeah.
you know?
And considering his history with building the donkey wheel, knowing that
Mhm.
the light has power,
Yep.
he should be interested in the light cave.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And yeah, I mean, he knows he came out of there,
Yeah.
and so he knows there's something to it. And again, that's I mean, I just even just from his point of view, forgetting about like the confrontation and the satisfaction of Jack's like role in it. I mean, I just think just from his character's point of view, it's disappointing.
Yeah.
And so it's just like why was it so bland? It was just like, yeah, I'm gonna go get on a boat now. Like
Yeah, that's his great escape is the boat.
yeah, I'm gonna go climb on a boat and sail away, and it's like, okay.
Does he
Like
even know? Does he even know the right coordinates to get out? I mean, would that have even worked? Like,
maybe it doesn't count because they unplugged the thing. Maybe the
yeah,
barrier's gone. Uh,
yeah.
I don't know if we're supposed to think about that because he's never even gonna get there, or maybe he knows the coordinates because he's like scanned all the people who know them.
Mhm, mhm.
I don't know if they even cared.
There was no barrier at that point. It didn't even matter. So,
Exactly, exactly. Because I mean, yeah, like Widmore comes back without any trouble, and
yeah.
that was supposedly one of the problems. And the island's moved since Widmore was there last. So, like, how did he? I don't know. Jacob told him or something, but really, like, I don't know. Yeah, it's just sort of like the barrier isn't part of the story anymore at that point.
Yeah.
He can just sail away theoretically. But it is funny, like if Jack doesn't stop him, he would just sail around the island for the rest of his life.
He's like, that didn't work.
Yeah, like that would be kind of funny in a way. But yeah, it's a good point. I never really thought about the the barrier. Oh man. Yeah, they just threw out shit sometimes, and
Mhm.
they used it when it suited them, and I feel that way about Evil Incarnate, the smoke monster's powers, and the sickness, and the others, the ghost, the whispering. There's so much stuff where it's just like they throw it at you when it works for them, and then when you come back later, it's just like, nah. Either they're just like, what are you talking about? I don't remember that.
Yeah.
Or they're like, what's the big deal? Like it's just this. Like calm
Yeah.
down.
Yeah. The whispers are just the dead people on the island. That's not a big deal.
Yeah, like yeah, like yeah, so what? Like
Yeah. Do we need to be consistent about that?
like doesn't that answer all of your questions? Like if not, they must not be good questions cuz these are our answers.
Here's our answers.
Just be happy with them.
Yeah. Oh man. Don't even get me started on the incident. Oh jeez.
Mhm. Yep. Yep. That's another good example.
Mhm.
As soon as they were done with that was it. Like no more talk about what the incident meant or what role it played, like because they use it in a fake out,
Yeah.
which is really frustrating. You know, and I feel like some of that happens with Locke and the Smoke Monster too.
Hmm.
You know, it's like because it's used in a misdirection, they kind of avoid having to answer stuff.
Yeah.
You know, it's like all those questions that you had before. Well, it wasn't even that, so your questions are over, right? You know, it's like the incident did not alter the timeline, so thank you, good night.
Yeah.
You know, it's like okay, but that's not the end of the questions. You know, it's like you need to justify it. Like, what was the purpose of it then?
Hmm.
You know, if it wasn't that.
Yeah, it seemed to have no purpose.
Yes,
Why did they go back to the 70s? No reason.
no particular reason.
Yeah,
It
no
didn't
particular reason.
it didn't really matter. I mean, some of that, I mean, it just feels like that's filler,
Yeah.
you know, and like that's
Well,
frustrating.
it feels like here's an excuse to show Dharma in their heyday without it being, just a flashback in
Yeah.
one episode. Let's actually have our losties be there, some of our losties be there and live it up, with the shenanigans and the shindigs, of the
Right.
'70s. And it's,
But the
I
stuff
just
they show with
again,
Dharma is so lame.
yeah, and again, it's like if they weren't sent back there to save the island, and if like they really should just say, listen, if they didn't get back on the plane when they did, and they didn't get transported off the plane into the '70s when they did, and if Sawyer didn't do the LaFleur thing so he could
Mhm.
have some power with Dharma, and all this other stuff leading up to the incident, it wouldn't have worked out. The island would have exploded, the world would have ended, and we wouldn't have had anything else. But because
Mhm.
the Losties came there, they managed, with Juliet setting off the bomb and everything, how that went, like that all happened, thus saving the island, thus saving the world.
Yeah.
God, that would have been a great show. Not many shows are about saving the world.
Yeah.
And with a show with as big of a theme and reaching arc as it has, it would have been so great to be like, yeah, man, without these losties doing what they did, yep, world would have ended.
Mhm. Yeah, and that's another example of something that they hinted at that I mean they even had characters say,
Yeah.
but they never really confirmed it. It's sort of like, did Jack save the world in the end? Well, what do you think? It's up to your
Oh
interpretation.
wow, now you're just quoting. Now you're just quoting Carlton and David. What do you think?
Exactly, exactly. It's like, well, if you think they did, then that's your interpretation and you can believe that, you know? But maybe all they did was save the island. Who
Hmm.
knows? You know, the mother said that the stuff on the island was connected to like the light inside of man, but maybe that was just her interpretation. You know,
Well,
like,
and don't forget the Rosa Bernard episode where we see other sites that have healing. We know
mm-hmm,
there's electricity, electromagnetism other places. So
yep,
okay, again, they're seeming to suggest that it is related, but
yep,
you know,
exactly. Yeah, the connection with Tunisia, like there is this stuff, but yeah, they never really confirm on screen because when everyone's talking about saving the world, we don't ever see the world.
yeah,
You know, we don't ever see what effect that's going to have. And as I bring up every time, you know, Widmore is one of these people that says that the world's gonna end if we let him off the island.
yeah,
And then when he's confronted with Man in Black, and Man in Black's like, you better tell me what I want to know or I'm gonna kill Penny, uh, he makes a deal with him and he tells him.
yeah,
You know, and it's like, what the fuck? If you think the world's gonna end if this guy gets off, what does it matter if he tells you he won't kill Penny? You know what I
yeah.
mean? If you really believe that. And so then it's like calls into question, does Widmore even believe that? Or is he just is he just hyping it up? Like
Hmm.
to try to motivate characters to do stuff that he wants? You know,
Yeah.
like I don't even know what we're supposed to think. did he forget in the moment? Was he just afraid? Like, I don't even know. And it's such a little moment, and they don't play it up either. I don't even know if I'm supposed to worry about stuff like that, you
Yeah.
know? And so it's just like, who knows? Like, maybe, or maybe, once Man in Black gets off, if he's in human form like he is when he's about to leave, he's just a human, right? I mean, what can he really do to end the
Yeah.
world that any man can't do?
Yeah.
You know? Like, join a terrorist cell and try to get a nuclear bomb or something? Like, is that what he's gonna do? Like, I don't think that's what they have in mind.
Yeah, didn't they say he was nuclear incarnate? Yeah, it's oh man, we could podcast for hours about their missteps, and we have,
And we have, and we will continue
and
to.
we continue to. Yeah, uh, it's so frustrating, which is why we're still here.
That's why we're here.
Frustrating.
Exactly.
We could have put this to bed and
We
been
can
done.
hash it out. But I really like your idea for the ending. I really think that because I didn't even make it that far. Like, I wanted Jack to have this kind of confrontation, but I didn't see how it would fit in the story they told. But that would totally work,
Yeah,
because that cave, that light cave, I mean, that's the source, right? That's
yeah,
literally what they call it.
yeah.
What happens in the Matrix when Neo gets to the source, Like,
Exactly.
and that's what
He gets to talk to the fundamental force of the Matrix.
exactly, exactly. And that's what reminds me that Damon Lindelof said that architect scene was like one of his least favorite scenes in the
Mm,
Matrix series, and so they really did not want to write a show where that happened.
yeah.
And so we weren't going to get that. But it's just frustrating because I feel like there's a middle ground there. They didn't have to do the architect scene because certainly in Twin Peaks it's not the fucking architect
Yeah,
scene.
yeah, exactly. And those are the two ends of the spectrum. Is Twin Peaks on the metaphysical side, not a lot of
Yeah.
answers, and then Architect scene on the other end, which it's just literally exposition. That's what I always thought he meant about not liking the Architect scene, where it's just exposition and
Yeah,
explaining everything. But there,
exactly.
but the actual character conflict would have been interesting. And again, I still want to my dying day Christian to tell Jack he had what it took. It would have been interesting for Jack to go
Mhm.
into the light cave, go into the source, and Christian asks Christian is there.
Mhm.
Other dead people are there because that's what the mother says it's life and death and everything
Right.
else.
Right.
So why can't Christian show up? Why can't Men in
Absolutely.
Black be there? Why can't
Mhm.
Jack get to see these things are separate and different? And yeah, Christian, Jack has some kind of conversation with Titus Welliver in a Flash Sideways world, and as Jack is dying from this confrontation, Christian drags him out of it back into the real world or something. You had what it took, Jack, and I'm gonna send you back to the real world.
Yeah.
Jack comes back. He's still dying because of the confrontation, and it's fine. It's fine if Jack dies. It's okay.
Sure.
I don't care either way if he dies. It would have been fine if he stayed alive and kept being Jacob of the
Mhm.
island, um, but yeah, they really could have. They really should have just eschewed. Um, I had to throw that out there. Not cashewed, but eschewed. Um,
It's a good
uh,
word.
Desmond from that whole last confrontation.
Yeah.
They didn't need him
Yeah,
to
I agree, and
play
it's
his
kind of
biggest role.
cumbersome, like the way it has to play out.
Yeah,
Like they're kind of doing. I mean, I feel like that whole thing was kind of clunky. Like they meet Man in Black, and it's like, well, we're going to the same place, so let's go together. Like,
yeah, that was so horrible. You don't have your main villain and your heroes go, well, let's just go in the story together, guys.
yeah, exactly. That's just weird, and
Like,
it's
hey,
like,
can I give you a lift to the ending? Yeah, let's go. The end of the story's over here. Let's go together.
yeah, yeah. I'm just trying to imagine, like, that's just not how it's supposed to work. Like, the
No.
Man in Black should get there first. Jack should have to follow. Like,
Yeah.
there should be suspense there. you
Yeah.
know?
Well,
And
it
it,
should be like, yeah, Jack knows that the light cave is the source, and he needs to
mhm.
get there to stop Man in Black. Man in Black knows the light cave is the source.
Yep.
He needs to stop Jack from messing with it.
Yep.
And they're wrestling over the thing, and then they both go to some place where
Yes.
now they're on even ground. Yeah, maybe still have the fight, but it's
Mhm.
in a different place,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
a different situation. Um, yeah, that would have been so much more interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It
And
would have
then
been more
only
dramatic.
yeah, and then only one can return. Whoever returns, and then yeah, maybe you have a third bystander, Desmond or somebody else saying, "Oh shit, whoever comes out of this light cave is going to decide the future of the world.
Mhm.
If Man in Black comes out of this thing, then we're doomed.
We're all screwed. Yeah,
We're all
exactly.
screwed." You
Yeah,
know.
it would have been great. It would have been so much more because the fight just didn't feel that suspenseful. It was like, I mean, and the confrontation at the cave either. Like, it was so. It was just strangely flat, you know, and the business of like, okay, we're gonna lower Desmond down. Desmond's gonna pull the plug, but then like he's passed out, so now we gotta bring Jack down there, and then we gotta raise Desmond up, and then Jack's gotta go
That
put the
was so
thing.
clunky. It was so yeah, that was so weird.
Yeah, it was too much business. It's like, you
Yeah.
know, like it shouldn't be. This should flow naturally, you know, like
Yeah.
especially if you're trying to hit like action beats, like it shouldn't be
Yeah.
so.
Action beats, and you're trying to say something metaphorical.
Yeah.
It should have been way simpler about who's good, who's bad, who's doing
Mhm.
the right thing, who's doing the wrong thing, who are we rooting for, who's the hero. Not like have hero A and hero B, you know.
Exactly.
And like
Exactly.
hero B kind of does it, but then flails out at the end for no
Mhm.
apparent reason, and then like he was wrong about what he was even doing down there.
Right. Right.
God,
Right.
like that's another thing is don't have people be wrong at the end of your show about big ideas. That's such a horrible thing.
That is unbelievable, but it's so lost.
Yeah.
You know, like the fact that in the final episode, literally like maybe like an hour away from the end of the series, Desmond is like, "Yeah, brother, I'm gonna go down there, and then I'm going to join Penny again," and you
Yeah.
know, like
And he's just totally wrong.
he's just totally wrong. He totally had no idea what happened to him when he was transported there, you know? Like
Yeah.
he
Yeah.
just totally didn't get it and he misinterpreted it. And it's like
Yeah.
that is super lost, but it's also like why? Why are we why are we watching someone be wrong about a fundamental question on the show and someone who's supposed to be a hero like this late?
Yeah.
Like, you know, it'd be okay if he's wrong a season ago, but
Yep.
like he shouldn't be wrong now.
No, I mean that really should have been the whole point, right? Is that when like it could have he could have been wrong before Widmore puts him in the machine and starts flashing him. Like okay, but when you go through that should have been him understanding what's going on, giving
Yeah.
him a leg up on the situation.
And it almost was that, but it was him acting like he understood.
Yeah,
But actually he was wrong.
just wrong.
It's like, what? What kind of story is that? Like
Yeah, I'm
it's
trying to think of like classic stories where at the end the hero's just wrong about but like I'm trying to think of how that would work with
yeah.
like Romeo and Juliet or something where it's just like oops she's not dead, like I don't know, I'm trying to think of how that would work. Like yeah Juliet looks dead but nah I don't think she's dead, I'll just wait for her to wake up.
Yeah, yeah, that would be hilarious. Like, yeah, because I mean that whole thing is kind of clunky in a way. No offense to Shakespeare, but
Mhm.
like, you know, that Juliet takes this like special like medicine or whatever that makes her look like she's dead,
Mhm.
you know, but then she's gonna wake up. It's kind of like Nikki and Paulo actually.
Yeah.
Where she like looks like she's dead, and so Romeo thinks she killed herself. So
Yeah.
Romeo kills himself. Then she wakes up,
She wakes
sees
up.
that Romeo kills, but then she kills herself for real.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
like it's a bit like there's a lot of business there, but yeah, it would be funny if she woke up and she was like, "Oh, he must have taken the same thing I did."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, he
So
just took what I did. It's fine.
I'll just wait like 18 hours
He's just gonna,
and
and then finally the Capulets and the families come and get them and split them apart forever.
yeah.
And it's like, oh well, that's not the ending we wanted. We wanted to
Yeah.
be together, life or death. Oops.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's like it would just be really strange.
Yeah.
Like why like there's like the way drama is supposed to work, like it feels like it just violates that principle, you know? Because like the heroes are supposed to learn things, on their
Yeah.
journey. And they're
Or
supposed to eventually like you know what I'm saying?
yeah, I'm familiar. It reminds me think of like Battlestar Galactica, where they finally get to Earth, and like, oh, we
Hmm.
finally made it to the real Earth. And then like you pull back from the planet, and it's got like rings around it, and they're
Yeah.
actually on Saturn.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
we're
yeah,
supposed to
yeah.
be like, oops.
Oh, that would be hilarious. Oh my God. Oh my God. And that's what became the Saturn people.
Exactly. There you go. That's why we have Saturn people.
Thanks, Ron Moore. Oh my God. Yeah, that would just be fucking ridiculous. Like, what? Are you kidding me? I mean, it was already ridiculous enough with fake Earth and stuff like
Yeah.
that. Like
Yeah, the fake outs.
let's throw in like it wasn't even Earth at the end.
Yeah, it's the opposite of Planet of the Apes. It wasn't even Earth all along.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
that would be hilarious.
yeah. I don't know how they got away with that. But maybe they didn't get away with it. The ending was pretty divisive. A lot of people like it.
Deeply, deeply so. Its legacy continues to be
The worst ending of anything ever, right?
exactly,
At least some
exactly.
people say.
Yeah, yeah. But you know what? I personally think that I don't want to sit here and like pat ourselves on the back for all day long. It's like I think we have the most brilliant insights in the world, though they're not bad.
Hmm.
Um,
Second most brilliant. Come on.
but I really think that a lot of the reasons people hate the finale are kind of wrong, or at
Hmm.
least like they're not the best reasons to hate it.
Yeah, I feel like it's the same with like Obama. Like, listen,
Yeah.
if you want to not like Obama, there's a lot of great reasons that are just factual. Like, it's not even partisan, just like
Hmm.
factual, some reasons you could say he's a bad president. But don't pick the shitty reasons.
Right.
Don't pick go get the real legitimate reasons, and then fine, yeah, let's all say we don't like him because of X, Y, Z. But don't say it's because he wasn't born in America. You
Right.
know, it's like, yeah, if you agree, yeah, if you want to not like the Lost ending, there's plenty of reasons not to like it, but don't pick the crappy reasons.
Yeah. I mean, there are at least some people who probably say, I know who say, because I've heard them, I hated the last ending because they were dead the whole time.
Yes, yes,
That's a good example of a bad reason to hate the finale, because that's not even what happened.
yep, hmm,
Like you can know what happened and still hate it, but like that's just
yeah.
on another level.
It's like they were in purgatory the whole time. I guess that in season one, and I watched this whole show for nothing because I knew the whole big answer by the end. It's like, yeah, no, you didn't.
Yeah, exactly. You just didn't really pay attention.
Yeah,
Like that's not, but there's definitely a contingent like that. And I think there's also just a lot of um I wanted more answers.
yeah,
You didn't give me enough answers.
hmm,
And like that's not really my problem either.
yeah,
It's like the way they executed it that I think is my big problem. Like I didn't need it to be filled with answers.
hmm.
But I think there's a lot of people that really feel like that's a
And
big
that was my
problem.
big from going back and listening to our finale podcast. That was my big beef with it was they didn't give me those answers I wanted, and
Hmm.
and I'm off of that now. It's like, yeah, I'm fine with not getting the answers, because I'm a big proponent of taking things as the artist intended them and not saying,
Yeah.
well, I wanted sushi and you gave me steak. Well, it's like steak was on the menu. Like
Yeah.
you might be upset. because you wanted sushi, but I didn't say I was gonna make sushi.
Right,
So,
right.
I can't do anything about that, and it's fine. Okay,
Yeah.
fine. Give me the answers. You were saying we weren't going to get the answers. Fine. Yeah, I agree. It's like, there's a lot of other things to, like we said, basic mechanics of storytelling, I think
Hmm.
is something you can expect. So
Absolutely.
you might have wanted sushi. You might be upset if you don't get sushi, but hopefully you got food
Yes.
and not like, some sort of like
Freeze-dried
non-food.
space food? I don't know,
I don't
like
know what.
plastic
Yeah.
food, like
Like,
that's
yeah,
not edible.
a plastic apple or something. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. What a metaphor. But yes, exactly.
Lost
Um
is a plastic apple.
Lost is a plastic apple
You heard it here
hashtag.
first.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. And I you have you listened to our finale podcast recently?
Not recently, but before recently.
Okay,
Wow,
okay.
there's not a lot of ways to parse out recently. It
Within the
was,
last year?
yeah, we talked about it before.
Oh, we did?
Yeah, we
Oh,
talked
okay.
about
Sorry.
my
I forgot.
realization that up until the very end, I was hampering on wanting answers from the finale, and you had by that point realized we weren't going to get them, but I was still
Mhm.
holding strong to wanting those answers.
Ah, okay. See, I don't even remember that. I thought
Yeah,
you
no,
had
I was
moved on
upset.
too.
No, I was upset.
Okay.
I think by the end, the finale was so long, our finale podcast was so long that I think by the end, I had gotten over that
35
upsetness.
hours later?
That's all it took. But in the beginning, I remember still, well, and I think specifically the podcast before it too. I was still like, nope,
Mhm.
nope, I'm still holding out hope. They're still gonna give us those answers.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, they answered what the Flash Sideways was. But yeah. Yeah, I definitely I did hold out hope for certain things that didn't come to fruition. And I did always want like I wanted more confirmation, you know? Maybe I'm a lock type. Like I wanted them to like explicitly show and say that certain things are true, you
Hmm.
know? And that was my sort of misjudgment of the show. Like I didn't really understand that not only will the show not do that, but like it's kind of a show about how
Yeah,
that doesn't happen.
yeah.
You
Because
know?
no show is ever about that. No show is ever about. I can't think of any show that's about your interpretation of the events you see and the meaning you place on those interpretations. And we're going to show you a story about how people can see the same thing and interpret it differently, and then have their actions follow separate paths. Like that's such a intellectual thing to do,
Yeah.
to have this overall idea again, like they said this year, of answering what is the meaning of life and what happens after you die. Like shows don't usually tackle those questions.
True.
They might inadvertently tackle those questions, but they don't ever. No show I've ever seen sets out to do that. I mean, even like Star Trek, which has a lot of
Mhm.
ideas like that, still doesn't say when you die you go to the prophets, or
Mhm.
like, or whatever you want to connect it to.
Right. Right. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's a big thing. And I do think that maybe one of the reasons why, we didn't get them putting the evil back in the cave is that like they didn't want to confirm that it was evil.
Mhm.
you
Mhm.
know? And if they did that, they're kind of acknowledging something that they wanted to leave up to interpretation.
Yeah.
And so I think that's maybe one of the like their own philosophy gets in the way of a good story,
Yeah.
you know? And that's kind of frustrating. I feel like they still could have had the idea of like, let's contain this force back where it started,
Yeah.
without like having to actually say clearly that this is evil incarnate,
Mhm.
you know? Like they still could have been like, we have to trap this thing back, like I think it still could have worked.
Yeah, like, it could have just been something about the stability of the island.
Yeah.
It's moving because he came out of that thing, and maybe
Yeah.
one day it'll move to some place that's bad or,
Mhm.
or destabilizing, like, yeah, I just think the idea of balance would have been really nice. Because the beginning of the show is across the sea,
Right.
chronologically, and it's like, it would have been nice to have the end, literally the end episode, put things back to where it started.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, and it feels like they almost wanted to do that, but
Mhm.
they just didn't it just didn't quite happen that way.
Yeah.
But what you said reminded me of this thing. I think maybe we talked about it before, but like there's some fan out there who took Lost and put all the scenes in like chronological order.
Oh.
And it's called Chronologically Lost.
Okay.
And so the first episode is Across the Sea.
Hmm.
And I guess the last episode is going to be the stuff in the Flash Sideways.
Okay.
And so it goes through, it takes the flashbacks, the stuff from Dharma, and the main stuff obviously, and just like puts it all in order. Um, and I think that's kind of an interesting, bizarre thought experiment project.
Yeah.
But I really think the show doesn't work that way.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it was written that way.
Yeah, exactly. And I think
Well, it's like Memento, right?
yes,
Like Memento in chronological order is just doesn't work.
it's strangely boring.
Yeah.
It's just like why it's like it's even though like the whole thing you're doing in the when you're watching Memento, like part of the mental gymnastics, and this is
Hmm.
Christopher Nolan's forte, I will say, like making your brain like sort of do manipulations that it
It's
doesn't
so tough. It's
nor
really tough watching because you go, okay, the thing I'm watching now, it came after the thing I just saw, but it's really before the thing I just saw.
yeah.
It's so weird to keep track of.
And then it's like, okay, so then the next thing was this, and then the next thing was that, and the longer the movie goes on, the harder that gets.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because you have to backtrack more and more with each scene. And
Hmm.
so, yeah, it's like a real mental challenge, I think, to watch it. But then, yeah, when you reverse it and put it in chronological order, it just doesn't work dramatically anymore because you don't have that exercise to do,
Yeah.
and it just kind of seems boring. Because like so much of the movie is just brooding and like
Yeah.
like reflecting and stuff like that, and like little scenes where like not that much happens, and really the thing that gives it a kick is that gimmick of putting it in reverse order.
Yeah.
And so yeah, I think Lost is not, it's not the mental puzzle that Memento is, but I do think that it only makes sense in the order that they put it in, pretty much. I mean, there's probably one or two episodes you could change the order slightly and it would
Yeah.
still be okay, but I think in terms of chronological order, like the story makes no sense.
Yeah.
Like they're gonna start with Across the Sea, which is kind of okay, but then it's gonna be like some time travel scenes, and then it's gonna be like the Richard Alpert
Yeah.
episode, and then it's gonna be like Locke being born, and it's just like what? Like,
Hmm.
like
Well,
this
yeah,
isn't.
it'll be the 50s stuff where Locke
Yeah,
shows up before he's born,
yeah.
or whatever, on the island, the Jughead stuff, and then I
Mm-hmm.
guess then back to Locke being born and Locke growing up, and then I guess do they put the flashbacks in
Yeah, the
chronological?
flashbacks are in there too.
So
Yeah.
then you have like Jack being a
Mm-hmm.
kid. You don't even know who he is yet, but you see Jack as a kid
Right.
with his alcoholic father and all that stuff, and then yeah, that would have been that'd have been crazy. Hello, you still there?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Sorry, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
My thing came unplugged. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah,
What
I
were
was
you
just
saying?
saying that would have been crazy, seeing it that way.
Yeah, 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 totally. It's like everything's out of context,
Yeah.
because those flashbacks are in context.
Yes.
And you can't just even though like okay, these events occurred at this time, they're playing off of things that are going on, in other parts of the show. And watching Across the Sea First is insane.
Hmm.
Because like it makes no sense as the first episode.
Yeah. And then you don't see those characters for a long time.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, then there's like huge sections of the story where it's like, where did they go?
Yeah.
And then it's like years later, like someone mentions Jacob for the first time, and you're like, what? Like that's weird. So yeah, there's actually a podcast now that is covering this, and yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess there's something. I mean, it's a fun like project to try to do, I think, and think about like what it would look like. But I just think in terms of watching it, I don't know. I just
Yeah. So I'm confused. So how does it work? Are they just podcasting about the events chronologically, or did they actually edit something that you can
yeah,
watch?
yeah, yeah. It's up on the page. They edited it. And so you can go watch it. If you Google chronologically lost, you should be able to go to the page and see. I don't think it's finished yet. I think he's on episode 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't know, something like that. So I think he's only in the 70s maybe at this point. Um,
Uh, well, I'm looking at their site. It's weird. I don't know. They've had like 97 episodes, or
oh, is it up to that? Okay, okay,
I
okay.
can't tell. I really can't tell what I'm looking at. Like episode 83 is December 2007.
hmm And it's there.
I guess. What if I click? No, it's just a picture. I don't know. What is this? Okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, I see the video. Wow, this is weird.
Oh, okay. Yeah, here's the final. Here's the final one. I guess. No.
Well, the epilogue, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Yeah, 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 okay, so it's finished.
Okay, it's finished.
Yeah. Yeah, so you can go on there and watch everything sort of taken out of context. And just watch the flash sideways straight through without cutting back to the island. Watch the flashbacks without cutting. I mean, watch the time travel, like really out of context, the time travel stuff. Like
Yeah.
Sawyer shows up and it's like, who are you? Like,
Oh, wow, yeah. And he's like, the first time you see Sawyer, he's LaFleur.
yeah, exactly.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like, what do you mean he's Sawyer? That's LaFleur.
And he's like, I don't remember her face. Yeah, we don't either. We haven't seen her yet.
That's true though.
Or maybe we've seen, I don't know, maybe we've seen young Kate. I don't know yet. Or whenever her has her little run in with Jacob, but when she's stealing the lunchbox, whatever she's stealing at the store.
Oh right, yeah,
But
yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm not sure exactly when that scene is because I don't know how old she is, but
yeah.
it could be close. But
Yeah, that should have been in the 70s, but I'm not sure which part.
yeah, but it's still not the same face.
Still not the same.
I mean, it's weird that he's talking about someone that's like 5 years old, you know?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I always think of it like she's like the opposite of Helen of Troy. The face that launched 1,000 ships. It
Right.
was like the face no one could ever
The
remember.
face you forget like really quickly.
The face that ended all wars because no one remembered it.
We were gonna fight over her, but then we couldn't remember what she looked like.
But then we were like, who we fight? I don't know.
What was her
Let's call
name
the whole thing
again?
off. Yeah. Yeah, well,
Was
kudos
it
to
Katrina?
uh, for for putting it together. Yeah, I wouldn't want to watch this, but I'm sure there's people who do, and yeah, it's chronologicallylost.com. So if you want to check that out, I can't imagine sitting through more than 5 minutes of that,
Yeah.
but it's thing. I mean, we've talked about it before. Of course, you do get a different understanding of what's going on, putting things chronologically. The numbers
Yep.
being our big example of that. So it'd be interesting to see if there's other um, elements of the show that you get a different perspective on seeing them develop chronologically.
Right. But I feel like that's kind of like the Memento thing, where that's work that you do like while you're watching it. You see the thing later, but if you think about it, which is
Hmm.
something that you've done on the podcast, like you're like, oh, but actually that was the first appearance, of the numbers. And it's kind of more interesting that way than like the first time you hear of the numbers is that.
Yeah.
Then it's just kind of boring,
Yeah.
you know? So, but yeah, no, you're right. It might highlight some things that aren't as apparent when you don't watch
Yeah.
it that way. But
Interesting.
yeah, I just wanted to bring it up because it's kind of a crazy post-Lost project.
Yeah. All right. Well, you want to get into some further instructions?
Yeah, I think it's time. We should do it.
Time for further instructions.
Yes.
All right. So everybody, get your players ready. If you're gonna sync up and watch with us, we'll get some further
Yes, I
instructions.
can't wait to find out what we're supposed to do.
What's next?
I'm sure there's a great mission in store for us.
So many great missions.
All about the great missions. Lost, Great Missions. That was the original title.
That was. Then JJ was like, nah, let's not ruin the mystery that this is all about great missions.
Right. They're going to be disappointed when they find out the truth.
Okay, let me know when you're ready.
All right. I am ready.
Okay, here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. How's the sync?
Good, good, good.
Cool. Oh, Destiny. Don't say that.
Yeah, is it really the island? You don't know what you're talking about. It's sad. I hate to say that, but that's the only thing I can think.
It's true.
I know. This is Locke right here.
Classic Locke. As long as we push it, we'll never be free. What does it even mean? Free for what? I love that idea, but do you even know what you're talking about?
That was an interesting cut too, because they cut from the question mark scene to the one from the season 2 finale. And it
Yeah,
made it seem like they were part of the same scene, but they weren't.
that's called editing.
It is. That's literally the name for that.
Yeah, I know. Just thought I'd point that out.
That's weird. Des is like, who is he, Boxman? Like, what? I guess he doesn't really know Locke much, so it's like, you're just Boxman to me.
God, Locke, if you're not smashing something, you're not
I
in the
know.
scene.
I just saved us all. Like, yeah, okay. This is also classic Locke right here.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like this moment encapsulates everything that ever happens to him.
I was wrong. I feel like that's his superpower is like having like these great like last lines before something, like
Yeah.
this is the one thing we need to do. Boom. Oops, we shouldn't have done that.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, every time he's like, I've never been more sure about
Yep.
anything.
That's when you know he's wrong. He's the
Guaranteed
most
to be
wrong.
wrong.
Uh,
And he doesn't learn from that. That's
no.
so frustrating as a viewer.
So here's Desmond naked for no
Desmond
reason.
is Vincent here because they're redoing the
Yep.
pilot.
Yeah, they are.
And yeah, he's naked for no reason. I mean, I don't know. They just thought it would be interesting, I guess. Like he was closer to the source of the whatever in the Swan Station, so his clothes
Mm-hmm.
got blown off.
Sure.
And yeah, Lock and Echo are not naked.
Do you know how high that stick needed to blow to take a minute to fall down from the sky?
Pretty high.
I mean, I don't know, but we could do the math and figure it out.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a
And it's
stretch.
supposed to be an implosion, so why did it go out?
Yeah, that's a good point. But yeah, that we talked about that with the hatch door also,
Yeah.
because it's like, but it imploded, guys. What happened?
God. Oh yeah. Oh jeez.
Yep.
Well, good thing this structure was already here.
Yeah. Coincidentally, or not. Maybe it's fate. Spoiler alert, it's not fate. Charlie's really weird in this scene.
He got that really quick. Like when somebody's like pointing to their throat, the first thing you think of is, oh, you can't talk.
Yeah.
Like no, you think something else.
Yeah, that's Locke's not being able to speak is just like Echo's sorry, Desmond's clothes. It's like there's no real explanation for it.
Point to the ground, dude. I don't have a voice, but I can still get mad.
Yeah, it does seem like he means the church.
One word sounds like.
Oh, they're just the trades.
Ugh.
That seems really interesting.
Why is that my response? Is ugh.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like I wanted to believe it. I wanted to
Yeah.
be interested in this.
Yeah.
Because it's cool. It's like anytime someone wants to talk to the island, I'm on board.
hmm
I'll watch that episode.
Again and again.
Exactly. 4 years
Oh, so
later.
now I know where the guilty remnant came from.
Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't even think about that.
Here it is. This is where it all started. Writing down, you can't talk, guilty remnant. We should talk about that when we do leftovers podcast. Is
Yeah,
the relationship here
yeah.
because Locke kind of does maybe stand for something similar.
I think you're right. Absolutely. I think it's funny that he wrote the number two. Like, I need you number two stand guard. Like he's Prince or something. Like, it was too much trouble to write
At
T-O.
like he
Yeah.
could T.
It's not that hard to write at.
Yeah.
And yeah, Sweat Lodge, it's just like, okay, because they're gonna put it in the flashback, but it's like he's never talked about Sweat Lodges before.
Ever.
It's
Never
just
ever.
like a new thing that they made up, and it's just like, ugh. I wish they had done it where they tied it in with the Boone thing, where
I
he
was just gonna say, yeah, he should be trying to figure out how to recreate that situation.
exactly, and it's almost that, but not,
Yeah.
And I feel like they blew it. This guy really reminds me of somebody.
Aaron Paul.
Is that who it is?
Yep.
Yes,
Because as soon as I saw him, I go, "Is that Jesse?"
Jesse. Yeah, you're right. That is totally who he reminds me of. God, that's weird.
Yeah, they have similar face shapes, and
Yeah,
I mean, besides that, they look a lot
yeah, they
alike.
really do. God,
I wonder if he auditioned for Breaking Bad.
he should have.
Yeah,
I wonder if Aaron Paul auditioned for this.
he should have.
Yeah, that would have been crazy to have him on this show. But yeah, here's another like good not good, that's not the right word. Let me pick another adjective. Here's another like classic illustration of Locke um being taken in by someone.
Yep.
In this case, instead of a father figure, it's sort of like a son
hmm
figure, like he's the father,
Yeah.
But it's the same manipulation.
How did they always tell lights out? Because his lights weren't on. Now, unless he meant his brake light, which could have
Yeah,
been the case, but then that means he would have had to use his brakes, and he
yeah.
noticed one was okay.
I don't think you're supposed to ask that, but yeah, I see what you mean.
It's a really red notebook.
Yeah, made it easy to indicate. Uncle, what's his name?
Hmm. Uncle Hattie, let's get a hat off.
Uncle Hattie.
Uncle Blue Shirt.
We don't know why we
Yeah,
call him that.
I think Johnny Depp and Skeet Ulrich, and then Aaron Paul and this guy are
Yeah,
like the lookalikes.
yeah, you're totally right. Forgot about Skeeto. What did he go on to, by the way?
Oof. He was in
Move.
Jericho, which is a nice short-lived
Oh,
TV.
right. I forgot about
Besides
Jericho.
that, I don't know after that.
Yeah. Yeah, see, like this stuff, it's almost like that paste, but not. I need you, letter U.
It keeps you devolve into it. What does that even mean?
He's
I love
talking
that.
about he's talking about altered states. Like this old movie with William Hurt where like
Yeah.
he go,
What? I don't know the plot, but I know the movie.
he goes into like an isolation chamber and he devolves into a monkey.
Oh wow! Spoiler alert. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like a surprise, or well, maybe it is, but it's fairly early in the movie,
Oh,
so
yeah.
I think you could still enjoy it even if you know that. But that's what he's
In-
referencing, I think.
Okay. Nice tidbit.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they do that sometimes.
I feel like the Man in Black is just laughing at Locke
Yes.
this entire time.
Yes.
Going, dude, I'll come to you when I want to come to you. You don't have to do all of
I
this.
know. It's totally not necessary. Yeah, it's just like, oh man, this guy, I have got him.
And why didn't he go to Jack and say, Jack, I lost my voice? Jack
Yeah.
could have been like, oh yeah, you scratched your vocal cords or something.
Yeah.
Wow. Ian Somerhalder.
Yep. He got his hair's a little longer.
Yeah. You know, they say after you die, your fingernails and your hair still grow,
It's a
right?
good
So,
point. I guess that's what happened. Yeah, this line here where he kind of says, "Yeah, I was the sacrifice the island demanded."
mhm.
That's another thing that really makes me think it's Man in Black
Yeah.
because I mean, he's the one that led Boone there in the first place,
Yeah.
and I think he loves reinforcing that idea.
Bring the family back together. What the hell is he talking about?
I guess he's talking about Echo. It's a bit of a stretch. But I think ultimately he's also talking about Jack and Sawyer and Kate
Hmm. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. To get those guys. I
because they're
forgot there's two
separated.
on.
Yeah. So here's an example of Lost like trying to do the surreal, trippy vision
Mhm.
sequence.
Yeah.
And it's just never as interesting as I want it to be.
But it's cutting so fast. Look how fast. And they're overlaying images.
You know, like this is the kind of sequence that I would love on Twin Peaks when David Lynch does it, but here it's just kind of literal,
Yeah.
you
So
know?
this is weird though. Like, what are we supposed to think Man in Black is like? How is he? What is he doing here? Like, it's one thing to make somebody remember the past or something that's in their mind, but he's showing him images of things that didn't actually happen,
Yeah,
and that Locke probably didn't see when he was at the airport. So it's kind of weird
yeah,
that he's even able to. But I guess we know he can give right. Okay,
yeah.
yeah, he can create imagery. Okay,
This is like him appearing to Echo in the dream where he's Yemi in the hatch. you
Yeah.
know, and like weird stuff happens with the computer and stuff. It's like this weird airport, and then he puts here you see Jack together with Ben as the security person.
He's like, terrorists, terrorists.
Caden Sawyer there.
I would have loved Men in Black to have a line of like, do you know how hard it is for me to give people dreams? Because like, otherwise he should have been filling everybody's heads with dreams
Yeah.
and making them go crazy till they kill themselves if he wants to get off the island.
That's what I was saying I really missed in season 6, like because I feel like he never the dreams just stop at a certain point.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, the cabin dream with Horace is the last one, and that's at the end of season 4. You
Yeah.
know, and it's just like, yeah, you're right. With that power, it's extremely powerful. I mean, he's
Yeah,
like
that's why like he could
Freddy
have had a line to
Krueger.
say like I can't do this all the time or it totally
Yeah,
drains me or something. Because this seems like it would take quite a bit of will to do.
yeah. Totally, totally. And they don't I mean, he doesn't even acknowledge that he did that, you
He
know?
wouldn't take credit at all.
Exactly. And it's like, yeah, I agree. I would have liked that
Oh, I
because
forgot about that. Was that a polar bear
yeah, that
supposedly?
was a polar bear supposedly. A little quote unquote foreshadowing.
Yeah. And that's also what's interesting is that dream was not about saving Echo.
Right. I mean, at the end, he sees the Jesus stick on the ground, and he's like,
Mm.
"You
Oh,
gotta,"
that's right.
and like he's got to, he goes, "You gotta clean up your mess," and
Ah,
so
I forgot. You clean up your mess.
exactly. So that's where he gets the idea that he's got to go save Echo, as he says it, and he's got his voice back now.
Yeah, why
For no
though?
apparent reason. I mean, I want to tie that in. I don't know if it works, but I want to tie it in with when he lost his legs again. You know,
Hmm.
like Man in Black took it away.
How?
Don't ask.
Which
The same way
is
he
a question I shouldn't ask.
exactly. It's the same way he snapped his fingers and Ben Shackle like popped off. You
Right.
know.
Please remind me of that moment anytime I ask about Man in Black's power. He's got telekinesis in one scene, and
And
yeah,
never again.
never before, never again.
Yeah. It's just like yeah, they give him whatever they want at the time. And so yeah, it seems like he's connected somehow. You
I
know?
can't believe you found that cross.
And I think yeah, that's a bit contrived. But I think your theory that the polar bear is him too is a good one.
Hmm.
Because I feel like this story works a lot better if because it just makes more sense. Because like the
Yeah.
bear like kidnapping Echo just never worked for me.
Unless Dharma was training polar bears to kidnap former fake priests.
Which sounds like a Dharma project, I have to
Yeah,
admit.
classic Dharma project. They were gonna get the rabbits to do it, but they couldn't. They couldn't make it work. Anytime I see Locke like happy,
Mhm.
you just like count down until
Yep.
something bad happens.
Yep. That you know disappointment and misery is coming.
Yeah, yeah. It's something about. I feel like it's almost like the way Terry O'Quinn is acting, and he's smile. Like I almost want to give him credit for that.
Yeah.
Like he's smiling in a way that says, "I'm gonna be unhappy
This won't
soon."
last. Like even I know. Little Easter egg here. He's wearing Geronimo Jackson's shirt.
And it's like this is a great explanation of the sweat lodge, but why
Yeah.
didn't you get in the sweat lodge before when you wanted to figure out what your purpose was? Like when he
Yeah.
wanted to, should I press the button or not? Go in the sweat lodge.
That's what I was saying is a problem with
Mm-hmm.
introducing because if they did it before, it would have been fine. But it's clear that
Yeah,
it's a retcon, you
yeah.
know, and like he didn't care about sweat lodges before because he didn't know what they were, you know. This guy here is Hank from Twin Peaks. It's really
Ah, I knew
strange.
it was familiar.
It's really strange to see him on the show because I just watched that. He plays some similar notes here because he can like pretend to be charming but also be threatening.
Yeah. I don't trust any of these people.
Yeah, and you
Why do
shouldn't.
they all seem sinister?
Yeah. And like here's a good moment along what you're saying. Like as soon as Locke says like what he says here, you know that he's totally wrong and he's gonna realize that like this isn't his real family.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Don't say it. Oh, God damn.
Yep.
She's like, yep, we're going to fuck you
It's
over
like,
soon. Yep.
yep, we don't care about you at all.
She's like, yep, we got him right where we want him.
Exactly.
Potatoes, yeah.
Good old potatoes, the food of the family.
Yeah, there's some symmetry here between Locke and that Jesse guy, and then Locke and Boone here. I mean,
Absolutely.
well, Locke and Boone before,
Yeah.
but Locke and Charlie here.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The Charlie's
Hmm.
tag along here is a bit strange and random.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember like looking at that and thinking like it looks way too small.
Yeah.
Like from the space that we saw, like it just seems like this could only be a part of it,
Hmm.
you know?
Well, I think the hole should have still been bigger, but I guess the idea is it did compact into a smaller area,
Right.
but the hole should have kind of still been bigger since
Yeah.
those pieces would have moved.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's a good point. I didn't think about that. I remember being really disappointed when he's just like, it imploded. And I'm like, really? That's it? The end?
Yeah, when no one ever says something imploded, and the following question isn't what, how, what,
Yeah,
nothing ever implodes.
exactly. And I'm still like, are they gonna find the blast door? Like, when are we
Yeah.
gonna answer those like hatch mysteries?
White rabbit, man, that's fur, white fur. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is exactly like the smoke monster.
Yep.
Exactly what the smoke monster does.
Yep.
He's leading them somewhere. He wants them to go.
Yep.
I don't know why I didn't. I know why, but just gonna say I don't know why I didn't have this kind of
I can't believe this.
this kind of perspective before. But
Yeah, no, totally. It seems like something we should have thought of like 8 years ago, but
yeah,
it never occurred to me. I
really,
can't.
Hurley, really, you're just standing drinking water as they're running through the jungle, and there's
Yeah.
like a fuck.
I think it's kind of scary and a little bit too much that he just throws the knife at Hurley.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, wow. And just because Hurley was holding that thing right there, he didn't get like a knife in his face.
And why didn't he wait until he actually saw the animal
Yeah.
to make sure he would actually, land the hit?
Because yeah, he didn't see it and it wasn't making the same kind of noises. Like he
And
should
it
have.
wasn't. And Hurley wasn't moving because he's standing there drinking. So
Exactly.
there should have been no movement to catch his eye.
Yeah, yeah.
Something tells me this show is written and it's all a big contrivance.
Yeah.
I have a hunch.
But yeah, this is really just to tie in the fact that the others sent Hurley back as the messenger
Oh yeah. Okay. So
at the
he's in
end
the.
of season 2.
Well,
Yeah.
he's
So they're just kind of wrapping that up because we haven't seen Hurley this season yet.
So shouldn't he be telling them, "Hey guys,
Yes.
some of the people are kidnapped"?
Yes. Yeah, he should have mentioned that. I mean, I guess he's gonna say that at the main camp, but
So here's a question though. Like, I don't want to. I mean, there's no answer to this, but like, if Man in Black is this polar bear, he's leaving pieces of himself around.
yeah,
Like, how does that work?
I guess he can do that.
So later that piece of fur will turn into a puff of smoke.
You know, these are questions. I mean, he did materialize like seemingly clothes and a knife and like stuff like
Yeah.
that. Like, I feel like he can kind of make objects and like maybe he can leave fur. I don't know. You're right. It doesn't really make sense, but yeah. Maybe he can just like leave little pieces of himself.
He that reminds me of like T1000
That's
in
exactly what I was
Terminator.
thinking. I wasn't
Yeah,
sure if I was going too far, but I was imagining the Terminator, the
yeah,
Robert Patrick one.
yeah. T1000,
That's T1000, of course. What was Arnold?
T100.
T100. Oh, okay. Right. It went up by a factor of 10, of course.
Yeah, he's 10 times the badass.
But he still lost because he didn't have what Arnold had, which is humanity.
Is that what it was?
I don't know. I'm just making that up. It's been too long since I've seen it.
What goes on in any greenhouse?
Yeah, what do you think? Orchard duty.
I like how the guy couldn't handle a bag of fertilizer. It was his like first time ever handling a bag of fertilizer. Exposition.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Because for all we know, it's the next day.
Hmm.
That's what family's supposed to be, like
Yeah.
secrets and lies.
Secrets and lies. Come on, man.
Don't you
You've never seen this
understand?
family? And this is a great. That's a great misdirection because this guy is spoiler alert undercover.
Yep.
But it's a great misdirection to go, oh, you guys are trying to do A, B, C. And he goes, no, 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 no. Yeah, that's funny. We're trying to do X, Y, Z. So
Yep.
it's almost like goading him into telling him what the real deal is.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good one. I mean, it definitely works.
He should have said, okay, I don't want to go in there.
Yeah.
Don't tell me what I can't do. That's the lock line.
Yeah, yeah. Like, why is Charlie even? I don't need a reason. Like, what? What?
His reason was the goddamn island told him to.
Yeah, like, this is so weird. It's gonna.
He's going to put on bear spray. Polar bear scented bear spray.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
Dharma brand polar bear scented bear spray.
Of course, of course. They thought of everything.
They thought of everything. But when you need to get one of your mates out of a polar bear cave,
Yeah, Dharma was awesome. Like, they're like way better than Goya.
yeah. Ha! Take that, Goya.
I feel like if they failed in their scientific experience, they should have just like introduced their products in supermarkets.
Yeah. Well, I like to think like Dharma turned into Monsanto or something. They realized like we're just better at
Yeah,
cornering the product food market and stuff. Like,
exactly. We've got a cool brand, people recognize it. We'll have low cost, like it's a good business
yeah,
model.
air job shipments. Yeah.
Exactly. People don't know where the drones are going. People work for us even after we're all dead.
He's just crouched down in the jungle.
Yeah, that was weird.
There's a lot of leaves around you could fucking grab, dude.
Yeah, Adam and Eve it, man.
No, it sucked it in, idiot. Blew it off. What is this? Fucking Bullwinkle?
It's actually good that the shirt's so big.
Yeah, it helped. Desmond was just running around the jungle this entire time doing nothing
Yep.
but looking for clothes. Just like, Jesus, what are we watching?
Yeah, yeah, it's a mess. It is a mess.
Why did he beeline it straight to the camp at the beach?
Oh my God, I remember this.
Oh, don't ever forget this,
This seems so interesting at the time.
right?
Now I
The
feel
polar
like
bear,
the Man in Black planted that there.
the polar bear plays with toys.
Because I don't even know what we're supposed to think about that. Like the polar bear ate children. Like what? I don't get it.
Uh-oh,
Yeah.
they're growing
You know,
ferns.
this is just bad timing. They're in California before like
Yeah, before it's legal.
the changes. Yeah, it's like these guys, they could have been a good business.
Hmm.
Yeah. But I thought you were my mommy.
It took them 6 weeks to figure out he was a cop.
Yep.
Well, you guys didn't fucking check.
Aw.
I can fix it. Never been more sure of anything in my life.
I know.
It's
It's not gonna work. That's how you
a
know.
really simple fix. All he has to do is tell the guy he needs to leave. The people who own the place don't want him there anymore, and go. He's
Yeah.
got no evidence. I
Yeah.
mean, what? They've got no reason to raid the place.
Yeah,
They
you're
can't
right.
get a warrant for nothing. So what's the big deal?
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I mean, I guess they feel like
Oh,
he's
yes.
too close,
Was that like
but
a Dharma kid? Is
yeah.
that like a kid?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
See,
the polar bear ate people?
I guess that's what we're supposed to think, but I just don't buy it.
Like the kids look like fish biscuits, so they ate them?
Yeah. Yeah. And like, I guess we're supposed to think it brought Echo in here to eat him.
Yeah. I also like the idea that this is Man in Black because it doesn't look like a real polar
Not at
bear.
all. CGI is a little weak.
Yeah. Like that was so awful.
Yeah. A little hairspray in the face, like,
Yeah.
made him go away. I don't know. Wow, that's funny. This is the writers right here.
I'm just gonna say this is one of those scenes that rarely ever happens.
Yeah. Yeah, like they realized that this was a question
Yeah.
and decided to put it in there.
Not till season 6, brother.
Sky turn purple, kids. Don't forget.
Purple.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Oh, I forgot. Oh my
Yep.
god.
Yep.
In the era of the Scottish portent of doom.
That's
Like,
it. He can see the future. And his first vision is a really boring speech by Locke.
And his next vision turns out to be wrong. Yeah, I forgot about all that
Yep.
awfulness. This
That
is why I hated season three. This
yep.
is it. This is all the stuff I didn't like.
We're in for a whole season of that.
Oh
And it's
wow.
never gonna pay off either.
Nope.
Charlie just called it a suicide mission, but like it never really felt like they were at risk to me. Like
No.
they didn't really sell the suspense, and it seemed really easy to fend off the polar bear and get Echo. Like
Yeah.
the whole thing was just like too quick.
Yeah. If it was a suicide mission, why did he want to go so badly?
Yeah.
Like this flashback.
Yeah, let's look at one of those. Yeah, now it just looks like they're on the island.
Yeah, really.
This is weird.
It's a little woodier or something. It's something different about the foliage, but
Yeah, I see what
yeah,
you mean.
different part of Hawaii for sure.
Yeah. No, they're trying to distinguish it, but I'm feeling Hawaii.
Yeah.
Supper.
I'm really into that. Please
Yeah,
don't have case lock.
yeah.
Am I special?
Because I want to be chosen, even if it was for
Yeah.
this. And I took out the firing pin. Oh, good.
Also, oh no.
Yeah, I know.
Because of all the shit your dad did to you.
Ouch. They're talking about Locke's like fundamental problem here.
Literally, it's in a file.
Yeah,
And it's
yeah,
also like the others, how the others are like, I know you won't shoot because of
yep,
what I read in your file.
yeah, it is. And it's like random cops in like whatever California nailed Locke's
Yeah.
like psychology. But you're right. This is exactly like the sun scene.
hmm
But there's no like Pop
What did
Tarts
you
going
ever
on.
hunt? What did he ever hunt?
He never hunted. That's his thing. Like he believes that he's different than what he is, and that's they
Yeah.
keep going back to that. It's the same
Yeah.
thing as that scene where that guy's like, "You should go do science," and he's like, "No, I don't want to do science."
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, he can't do it. And again, it's like I don't know if like I don't necessarily want him to be a murderer, but it still seems disappointing that he can't go through with it.
Yeah. Yeah. Because I think you want him to be something, and he's just
Yeah,
this like gel amoeba of nothing,
yeah.
like
Just a big like
this
blob.
shapeless
Yeah,
blob. Yeah.
formless. Yeah, exactly.
Terrio Quinn, shapeless blob.
Yeah, I think Charlie's functional here. Like he really doesn't normally do stuff like this.
Yeah.
Kind of strange.
They needed somebody for him to talk to in those other scenes, and
Yeah. Especially after his complete apathy at the end of season 2.
yeah.
They didn't really follow up on that.
I'll do it again later.
Yeah, yeah, don't worry. It's not the last time.
Nope.
I doubt it, Locke.
They didn't want you actually, so
Yeah. I think you would have got a dart in your neck just like they did.
is this Man in Black?
It feels like it to me, which is weird. Like,
Like Charlie took Echo to go get the water with him, and this is like Man in Black.
yeah,
Like this thing.
yeah.
Why would
Telling,
he say that?
yeah, telling Locke he's the hunter when we've just seen that that's not the case really makes me think it's Man in Black.
And well, yeah, we just saw that he wanted to. And see now his eyes aren't
Yep,
open.
yep.
Yeah, maybe that was kind of like a daydream.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
That's what
Man
I
in
was
Black
thinking. It's like
daydream.
Echo never really was awake.
Yeah.
He just saw that. Because I think that makes the most sense. I don't think we're ever supposed to believe Echo actually would say that.
No. So this is a special case of Man in Black. Like
Yeah,
he presents himself as dead people, he does the dreams, and now daydream. Like a
daydream.
daydream in the place of the person who's actually there.
Yeah, just add it to the list of
Who's
things he
not
did one
who's not
time.
dead who's not dead, you
Right,
know.
right. Yeah.
Hey, who's this lady?
Oh no, it's the first appearance.
Oh my god, I hope she's not on the show for a short period of time.
I hope she gets buried alive.
Ah, ooh, who's that guy?
Is that the Brazilian Tom Cruise?
I think it is. Brazilian Tom Cruise. Oh man.
That's the only thing I've seen this actor in other things and that's the only thing I ever think of. Oh, here's a big speech.
Using their names like he knew them forever.
Yep. Yep. That was his speech.
That was the speech?
Watch this. I love this part. It's so ridiculous.
Wow, not a good speech either.
Yeah. Yeah, like they try to sell it, but it's like
Yeah.
it wasn't really. I mean, he said words, but it wasn't really a speech.
Yeah. This is not like his we're not alone and we all know it.
Exactly. Exactly. It was really underwhelming. It's like, why did
Yeah.
they should have made that a bigger deal if they want this
Yeah.
moment to work.
I think they should have been a bigger deal.
It's really strange.
And if Charlie didn't say the word speech, Hurley wouldn't have put two and two together.
Yeah, exactly. Because he didn't. Oh, that was a speech.
Why doesn't he get more clothes?
And it's also funny that Desmond doesn't even seem to be listening when
Yeah.
that's the thing that he supposedly remembered.
So how did he even see that? Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, huh? Classic Lost.
I don't know about you, man. I think this show's gonna get canceled before the end of season 4, man. I don't think it's gonna get the way they're writing this thing. It's just not gonna work.
It's hopeless. Yeah, exactly. Like clearly, like there's no one at the wheel here. It's
No.
just the inmates have taken over the asylum, and there's just it's just
Got a third analogy there?
a maybe. Hold on. They're they're not I don't know, 2 cans short of a six pack.
One spoke off of a donkey wheel.
Ah, yes, that's perfect. Yeah, I mean, it really is like it really is not a great episode.
No.
It's everything kind of falls flat.
Oh. I almost feel like Glass Ballerina was better.
I think it was. I think it
Wow.
was, and that's because Glass Ballerina I think wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
Like there were a few parts that were a little bit like okay, just not that great, but the flashback had some really interesting elements that we talked about at length, and the confrontation with Sun was more interesting than this thing with Locke and flashback, which is a repeat of the scene. I mean, it's the same lines. You won't shoot me. You're good. You're not like, like we know from your file, like
Hmm.
it's the same scene, but with a
Yeah.
different. And it's like, why do they have two episodes in a
And
row with the same
and
scene?
Sun shot her.
Yeah, and Sun
That's the
shot her.
difference. Sun
Yeah.
actually had what it took to
Why is
shoot her.
Sun more of a hunter than
I
Locke?
mean, it was she was startled into doing it, but she still
True.
did it.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And it's like if it just doesn't feel like Locke has the commitment, the follow through to like, and it makes him seem wishy-washy and just like
Mhm.
he can't he can't.
Impotent is the word you're looking
Yeah,
for.
absolutely. Yeah, like he, even in that moment that he wants to save his family, it's not enough to give him the sort of willpower
The
to
only family
kill
he's
this
ever
guy.
had.
Yeah, exactly. And he seemed like he was supposed to be really happy, but he's just like, nah, I can't do it.
Yeah.
And it's just like, really? And then, yeah, and then you have Man in Black manipulating him, telling him what he wants to hear. Yes, Locke, I was the sacrifice the island demanded. Yes, yes, Locke, you have a mission. Yes, Locke, you're a hunter, And it's just like he's continuing to get the same manipulation that this undercover cop did on him and the police knew that he would be amenable for is continuing, and so it's just like frustrating to watch on that level. But I think just ultimately dramatically it just falls flat. Like there's no suspense, there's no real drama. I mean, the whole thing is just kind of plotting, and
Mhm.
none of the plot lines are interesting.
Yeah.
I think that, and we'll see because we have to watch the rest of these episodes, but I think this is the worst one of these early episodes.
Hmm.
Um, which is funny because when they talk about this part of the season and they talk about how bad it was, they always talk about the people in the cages. You know,
Yeah.
this is the episode without the cages, but I think it's worse.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like I would rather watch the boring others than watch this stuff. It's like, and I was so excited for it, and that made it even more of a letdown. It's like,
Well, it's it's more like watching watching someone you want to root for fail is worse than watching someone you're neutral about fail or succeed. You know
yeah,
what I mean? Like you're saying, watching the others be boring is fine. That's because we're not that invested. Watching Locke fail and
yeah,
be swindled and coerced and not the kind of hunter that
yeah,
he wants to be is really it's not just less satisfying, but it's painful.
yeah. Yeah, exactly. And it feels, just with the whole series in mind and the tragedy of Locke that we were talking about earlier, it feels all the more insulting and like painful for the character to have like no name whatever character cop like sum up his main problem perfectly.
Yep.
This early in the show, they're already talking about the thing that is going to lead to his death.
Yep. Yep. This guy called him from the very beginning,
Yeah.
and just wow.
And he's never going to move on from that. This is before he's in the wheelchair. You know,
Yeah.
this is before all of his experiences on the island. Like he never moves on from that. He never learns from that mistake that he makes like 80,000 times. It's like,
Yeah.
what the fuck, and he gets told to his face that that's his problem,
Yeah.
and he doesn't realize it. Like, for character growth for Locke, he really needed to realize that that was his problem.
And what's weird is his problem isn't that he's not a hunter. His
No,
problem is that he wants to be a hunter and he's not. And he's
exactly.
not happy being who he is.
Exactly.
Which is a really interesting fundamental flaw. I mean, it's a universal,
Yeah,
people aspire to be things that they're not and
absolutely.
want to, so it's a really interesting kind of thing to wrestle with. But I feel like out of all the characters on the show, it's very specific to Locke that he's someone who, he wants to be someone who he's not. And he gets time and time again shown that he should just be happy being who he is. Or, well, I guess figure out who he is and then just be
Yeah,
happy being that.
yeah.
But instead, people get to use him because they see he wants to be something more.
Right. And he's willing to listen to them if they'll tell him what he wants to hear.
Yeah, yeah.
And And even if it's in some part of his mind, like he knows, or at least he won't admit to himself, but on some level, like he's worried that he's not the person he wants to be.
Yeah.
And so he has this anxiety about it, and he cannot function because of that. And so it's just, yeah, it's I appreciate that aspect on a level because it is like really intense. Character flaw leads to their downfall, like tragedy.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, like to me, it's just frustrating watching this because I don't care about the commune or anything happening there. It feels like a tacked on flashback. This is getting to the point in the show where like the flashbacks are getting a bit like, redundant. This stuff never comes up again. It's only there for this one episode and the sweat lodge and all that stuff.
Yeah.
The Boone vision felt underwhelming. It wasn't as cool as the Yemi stuff from Question Mark. It wasn't as
Hmm.
cool as Teresa falls up the stairs from Deus Ex Machina in season one.
Yeah.
And it just seems underwhelming. And then his mission isn't as interesting. In Teresa falls up the stairs, they go find this mysterious plane, and Boone dies. In Question Mark, they go find a new hatch, the Pearl Station. They realize they were being monitored, and Echo
Hmm.
decides to push the button. These are big dramatic turns. Like here, what does he learn from this trip? Like, uh,
I want to talk about that. I want to talk about what is Man in Black getting out of this? What is this whole idea of trying to convince Locke he's the hunter? Like, why, what is Man in Black trying to get out of convincing him he's a hunter?
it's a good question.
Like, I don't know. I mean, I
Let me
can't
think.
think of anything particularly. I mean, the whole thing seems to be. I mean, we can look at it two ways. I guess it doesn't really matter. It matters, but I mean, Polar Bear or Man in Black takes Echo.
Yeah.
Man in Black / the island gives Locke a vision to go save
Mm-hmm.
Echo. Locke goes, and he is brave and bold and smart and has ingenuity
Mm-hmm.
to defeat the polar bear and get Echo. So that's
Yeah.
great. You're a hero here.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Um, and yet the flashback is saying you're not a hunter, you're a farmer.
Yeah.
Which I don't know how we're really supposed to parse that, but then on the island, he seems to prove himself to be a hunter
Mm-hmm.
because he saves Echo. He doesn't kill the polar bear, but he does save Echo.
Yeah.
And then Man in Black / Echo tells him you're a hunter.
Yeah.
So what is he? I guess maybe in the next episodes we'll see. Maybe that gives him some confidence to be a leader.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what he's really getting out of convincing him of that.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good
Or
question.
maybe being a hunter is analogous to you're special.
Right.
You're bigger than life. And the more Locke believes that, the more he's capable of making mistakes and
Mm-hmm.
and being coerced.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, I think that's definitely true. I'm trying to figure out if it's more than that, but
Hmm.
I think at the very least it's that, yeah. Because I think at this point, his concrete plans for Locke have yet to start to play out.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
think initially, like we talked about it in Question Mark, he was setting Locke and Echo against each other to get the hatch imploded.
Yeah.
Because I think as long as they were messing around with the hatch, they weren't doing his plans.
Hmm.
At this point, he does seem to want Locke to rescue Echo, but he also seems to want him to go rescue Jack and Sawyer and Kate. Um, and so he wants them to all get back together. That sort of fits. I tend to think that Locke improv or Man in Black, God, I'm calling him Locke now. I tend to think that Man in Black improvises like some of his plans, although some of them are based on time travel, so it's hard to improvise in that
Yeah.
case.
I do think the hunter thing does relate to Locke helping to rescue the losties who the others have. Like
Yeah.
so that kind of makes sense if he says, okay, you're a hunter, and maybe that's part of it. Oh, maybe that's
Ah,
Maybe
ah,
that's the idea. Is he showed Locke he could rescue Echo, so he's saying now you have the skills to go rescue the other Losties.
right.
Maybe that's part of it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think that is part of it. And I think also like doing that does prove him it seemed to prove him to be right. And I think reinforcing Locke, that's the key thing. So, okay, I think maybe I have an idea. So the next time that Locke interacts with the Man in Black this season is
Hmm.
Jacob's cabin.
Okay.
And I think Jacob's cabin, the thing in Jacob's cabin where he tells him, help me, and
Mhm.
he gives this message that only he can hear and Ben can't hear. I think ultimately that ends up being about playing up, like there's two parts. First, making Locke think that he's been chosen by the island.
Yeah.
Okay. The second part of that is making Ben believe that Locke's been chosen by Jacob, actually.
Yeah.
And that leads to Ben being jealous of Locke. That leads to Locke also becoming the leader of the others. And both of those things play heavily into Man in Black's plan.
Yeah.
Because the Ben thing leads to Ben murdering Locke, and Locke being the leader of the others leads to him getting access to Jacob when he returns and pretends to be Locke.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
think we're heading in that direction because I think the seed of that plan starts this season. Like the help me is it accomplishes both things. So I think right now he's building up Locke to believe he's chosen by the island. And also his
Okay.
confidence. And the more he acts confident and acts like the island's chosen him, the more like Ben will believe it eventually.
Hmm.
So I think that kind of works.
That kind of works. It seems weird that he put Locke and Echo against each other, with the button, but
Yeah,
okay.
but the thing we came up with at the time was that as long as they were pushing the button, I mean, first of all, like uh, the button not being pushed was a threat to Man in Black. Like it could be a problem if all that stuff were released. Like it could destroy the if it destroys the island only or the world or whatever, it destroys like maybe the source that creates him. Like he needs to get that situation under control.
Hmm.
And so I think that's part of it, but also like as long as Locke and Echo too, because I think he wants to manipulate Echo as well. As long as they're down there messing around with the hatch, uh, they're not going to be able to do the other stuff that he wants. You
Hmm.
know?
Well, why convince Echo the button needs to be pressed?
Yeah, it's a good point. But I mean, it seems like it's playing them like he needs one of them to want to push the thing.
Like maybe he's trying to figure out who's the most
Yeah,
coercible.
exactly. And I think it works because Echo has more faith than Locke is, so Echo's gonna be the believer, and Locke will be the one who draws the conclusion that the button doesn't do anything, and it doesn't
Hmm.
mean anything, and it has no purpose. And so I think he uses both of their strengths, or both of their
Well, here's the
qualities,
question
let's
though:
say.
did Man in Black even know what the Pearl Station had to show them?
I presume that he did, but I guess I don't know for sure.
I don't know how he could.
Why not?
Like he went down there and pressed and put the tape in and pressed play and watched it.
He could have. I mean, I didn't really think about it that far. He could have though. He could have done that. He also could have just scanned someone that was down there, or I mean, he seems to know uh, quite a lot about what Dharma was doing at various points. So I just presume that he was aware of their projects and what they did and stuff like that. I mean, Dharma,
And he has to hope that Desmond is down there when all this happens because
yeah,
Desmond needs to turn the key or
yeah.
else shit will hit the fan.
Well, I mean, like all like grandmaster plans, it does seem to depend on a lot of coincidence.
Yeah, yeah, that's true.
So I do think like if you look at it, it's not a plausible plan, but I feel like it's the best. Like a lot of plans are like that. I guess I'm saying.
Yeah.
you know? And so, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know exactly what we're supposed to think. And I think, they don't ever really tell us.
Hmm.
But also, Dharma is an example of people that Jacob brought to the island. Maybe?
Question mark?
Question mark? And so that's another reason why he might have um, been interested in them. I mean, did he have involvement with Horace? Like the fact that Horace built the cabin is kind of suspicious, um, considering the fact that uh, that becomes this place that Jacob uses and
Well, I
or
don't think I don't think Jacob brought Dharma to the island.
you don't think so?
Why do you think? Why do you think that?
Well, I just assume that Jacob brings everyone to the island.
Well, I mean, because then they. Hmm. No, I would imagine they got there independently. Because I feel like otherwise they should have been. They shouldn't have been Dharma. They should have been the others.
Well, yeah, but the problem is that I mean, he did that with the Losties too, like that's what I thought about the reveal that, he the others originally were supposed to be like the people he brought to the island. But then like at a certain point the others are separate from the people he brings to the island and they start killing them. you know? Like at least that's like at a certain point the others take on a life of their own, I guess.
But I thought Dharma found the island with the lighthouse or something.
Well, yeah, they find the lamppost. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Lamppost.
I think yeah, they did, but it's like but Jacob let him do that or he influenced that process somehow. I mean, it's the kind of thing where, the Lassies crash on the island because Desmond didn't push the button, but Jacob's influence was there somehow, you know?
Hmm.
I like Dharma found the island because they had this equipment, but I want to say Jacob's influence is there somehow. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying?
Yeah, I don't
I
know.
mean,
I don't
at the
know if.
very least, like, if you want to believe it, and I don't really trust props very much, but there's several names on the candidate list that are from Dharma.
Hmm.
That doesn't necessarily mean they all were, but I mean, it suggests he brought some of them there.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Okay.
I mean, that's what I'd be inclined to say. I mean, I feel like it is a messy story, but I feel like we're supposed to believe that Jacob brought everybody to the island.
Okay.
After the initial once he's the protector.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I could see him bringing some initial Dharma people, but I can't imagine he wanted Dharma as they came to be on the island.
Well, maybe not. And the thing is, eventually the others kill them all.
Yeah.
And it plays out like a little bit and I think this similarity was intentional, though it's clunky and not quite nailed home as usual. But like when the Man in Black in Across the Sea like builds that well and
Hmm.
he's gonna install the donkey wheel and he's like, I'm gonna turn this thing and I'm gonna get off the island and then like Mother comes in and fills a hole and kills a whole village. I
Yeah.
mean, it kind of feels to me like that's what happens with Dharma. Like they start messing around with the island stuff, and like he brought them there, but maybe he didn't want them to do that, and that's why they end up all
Yeah.
getting killed.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, I still think it's an open
Well, they
question.
all got killed because Ben wanted to kill them,
Well,
but
Ben says it was Widmore, and Widmore might say it was Jacob, but who knows who said what because everybody lies, and the show doesn't really answer. And I think it doesn't want us to think of Jacob as being responsible for the Dharma purge,
hmm.
but I feel like in a way it fits with what they show.
Well, it seems like he wouldn't have cared either way. He was so hands off. Like, what would he care if they got?
Well, he does have to protect the island, and if
Yeah,
they're
but I mean, he's got a lot of candidates to choose from. Some who aren't even on the island yet.
right.
So, I mean, like, and I mean, really, he's eternal, right? Like I guess for some reason Mother had to give up. She wanted somebody in her place,
Hmm.
but it seems like for Jacob, like it doesn't matter. Oh, I brought some Dharma people here. Okay, now they set up a whole organization. That's bad. Okay, I'll kill them off because who cares? Like in 20, 30 years, I'll bring another group of
Hmm.
people.
Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah, huh?
Yeah, which is I feel like we're not supposed to see him as being that callous, but on the other hand, it does fit with what Mother did. And if they were mucking about, I mean, certainly the Swan Station and the incident, this is all stuff they could have tied together if they wanted to.
Yeah.
Like the Swan Station and the incident, hitting the pocket, the stuff with the orchid, and the donkey wheel was connected to that, which is something that the Man in Black was building. Like
Hmm.
they could have said that like Jacob had to stop them,
Yeah.
because they didn't understand what they were dealing with.
Yeah.
Not that Jacob did either, but
Hmm.
like
He understood enough to know not to mess with it.
exactly, exactly. And that's what Mother said. Like if the people get the light, then they might use it and put it out, and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it seems like that sort of fits.
Well, see, that's where I think I was getting the idea that they didn't bring Jacob. Jacob didn't bring Dharma because she said people are attracted to the light. So it made
Right.
me think that they're just people who are searching for it, like
Yeah.
like Whitmore,
Yeah.
but obviously he's next to the island. But like
Yeah.
that they just lucked upon it and they found a way to get there.
Right. It could
And so they
be. I
set
mean,
up.
they don't answer that question.
Yeah.
And so, like, yeah, it's just my assumption because it just seems kind of consistent. But on the other hand, yeah, it could just be that sometimes people find the island randomly.
Yeah.
And, like when Jacob and the Man in Black crash there, I mean, I don't know if we're supposed to believe Mother brought them there or if they just got there coincidentally, you
Yeah.
know?
I don't think we're supposed to think Mother brought them there.
I don't either. I don't
Yeah.
either. And then that suggests that people can just crash there randomly.
Yeah. Well, like Desmond, right?
Yeah, but Desmond, Destiny,
Yada yada yada. Destiny.
I mean, yeah, Desmond supposedly had a higher purpose, though they flub that too. I mean, the whole thing's a mess. But yeah, I feel like Desmond, Danielle, all these people that accidentally crash. I mean, even Richard. I mean, it's sort of like
Hmm.
they accidentally crashed, but they were brought there. I mean, the Losties are like that
See,
too.
I feel like see, I think there's a difference. I think there's a separation between the beginning, uh, like when Richard and the getting there, the slave ship and all that. Like, I think that's before Jacob starts bringing people to the island proper because that's before their bet about humanity, right?
No, 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 no. That's after that scene because when they have that dialogue, they're talking about the Black Rock. Like that's when they're sitting on the beach and they have that conversation. He's like, "You brought them here," and he's talking about the Black Rock. And Jacob even says that he brought that ship there in the Abaterno scene.
Oh.
Like he did bring them there. So that's after the bet. The
Hmm.
bet had been going on for God knows how long because that's 1800 years after.
I wanted it to just be simple. Like the only people he brought there are the people like when he builds the lighthouse and he has that thing where he can actually
Hmm.
search for people out in the real world. To me, that's where it's like, okay, now I'm gonna start picking people to bring.
Yeah.
But maybe the Black Rock is like he can sense there was a ship out there and he used the storm to bring
Hmm.
it to the island. He didn't necessarily see the inhabitants of the Black Rock before they got on the ship and say, "I want you to come." Like, I mean, I guess it could go either way, but it was more of a coincidence. Like, here's a ship nearby. I'll guide them towards the
Hmm.
island. Versus with the candidates, the Losty candidates,
Right.
of like, I saw Jack grow up. I saw Kate as a kid. I've been
Yeah.
watching them
Yeah.
for
Yeah. Yeah.
decades.
Yeah. Well, no,
I'm bringing.
I think the distinction there is that they're not candidates.
Mm-hmm.
They're people he brought to the island, but they're not people he brought to the island to replace him.
Then what's the point of bringing people to the island?
To prove the Man in Black wrong.
So he's just gonna bring random people.
I think so. I mean, that's my assumption.
Okay.
Like
Mm-hmm.
because the candidate thing, it fits in because he still wants to prove Man in Black wrong with them too. But the candidates are there specifically to replace him, and I think he brought other people, not intending for them to replace him,
Okay.
just
Okay.
for the bet. It's kind of messy, but I think that's true.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, it's a mess.
No, I understand your skepticism because I realize that I think the story could be a lot cleaner and it doesn't really work, and I mean that's one of the tweaks that really needs to be tweaked.
And it's again, it's that's the beginning first impetus of the damn story we're watching is this bet between Man in Black
Mm-hmm.
and Jacob, and it's really like, okay, you're gonna bring people to the island, random, random is good, like random
Mm-hmm.
selection, don't have a bias, okay, fine.
Absolutely.
But you just expect them to. We talked about this before. You just expect them to crash land on the island and to what? Exemplify the best of
Prove their
humanity and the worst,
goodness.
prove their goodness in the worst possible human situation,
Mm-hmm.
when your survival's at stake, and
Yeah.
like, I'll prove how good people are. Like, how? By doing what? By being hands off and letting them be corrupted by Man in Black?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's just, yeah, it's one of those bad plans that apparently can't be changed.
Yeah, and he let that go on for 1800 years.
Oh God.
I know, right? It's laughable. But it's
Yeah.
like, and then, yeah, and it's like, the scene is unbelievable that Richard's like, and he even asks him, like, what happened to all the people you brought to the island before? He's like, they're all dead.
Hmm.
And, and it's like, he doesn't even realize how ridiculous that sounds.
That's like when I was a kid and I caught a lizard and I had this big paint bucket that I put it in and I put, like, sticks and leaves and
Hmm.
dirt and tried to make a little habitat, and then I put it in my closet and forgot about it and it died.
Hmm. Yeah.
I feel like that's the same thing. Like, oops, this thing I was really interested in observing and learning about. Oops, I forgot to pay attention and it's dead now.
Yeah.
And you just shrug your shoulders and move on. It's
Meh.
so weird.
Oh well. And then yeah, and then it's like it takes a Richard to be like, well, like if you don't do anything, then the Man in Black's just gonna go in there and like kill them, right?
Hmm.
And he's like, oh.
Oh wow.
And it's like, you know what? I'm gonna hire you. You've got spirit.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you're good. I need you around.
Yeah, you need to keep me in check. Clearly, I just don't have any
This is why
perspective on
I'm
what I'm
losing.
doing.
Yeah, it's like, this is why I'm losing the game.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Because we're playing by different rules.
Yeah.
Like I can't do anything, and he's constantly killing everyone.
That's not a very fair game. It's like two people playing basketball. Okay, the rules are
Yeah.
player A stands on the sideline and does nothing,
Mhm.
while player B shoots all the baskets.
Yeah, exactly.
Whoever gets the highest score wins.
Yeah.
Go.
Yeah. I'm gonna win this somehow.
I'm gonna win if I just keep doing nothing. I will prove my point. Don't know how that's gonna work, Jacob.
It's ridiculous. And it's really just to me that's born of the fact that because of the way the show's written, they could not have Jacob intervene all the time
Hmm.
because the first few seasons just wouldn't work because like where was Jacob?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you had to ask, and so it's like it was almost forced on them if they were gonna make this cosmic thing where it's like Jacob chose them, Jacob brought them there, they have a purpose for them that Jacob intended the whole time. It's like where the fuck was Jacob before?
But see, I think there's a little bit of middle ground there where they could have said, okay, Jacob did this, Jacob did that. Situations that they got out of that they could have died. They could have said Jacob helped.
Mhm.
Uh, you know, um, I think they could have, they could have. they could have fudged it a bit, where they said, okay, yeah, Jacob didn't come out right and save somebody's life, but he made sure that they found the medicine on the plane or something, or you know what I mean? Like somebody screaming in the jungle, they made sure like somebody heard that to save them. Like little things here and there. I think they could have got away with instead of just saying he's completely hands off. He was so hands off, he didn't even know what was going
Mm-hmm.
on.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know,
yeah.
that's a bit of a stretch because then you have the bad guy being totally hands on,
Yeah.
and then you still have to say, well, why isn't he more hands on? Like we said before, why isn't he giving everybody dreams and
Yeah.
making people crazy and do things?
Yeah.
So they kind of can lose on either side of that equation.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he's limited when he needs to be. And
Hmm.
his powers are far reaching from, in random scenes. It's just like, yeah, there's no consistency to that, definitely. And I mean, they don't really define Jacob's powers either. So
Yeah.
it's just kind of, yeah. I mean, you're right. There is a middle ground, and I wish they had found it. But yeah, I think for some reason, and like I kind of get the logic of like I shouldn't tell you what to do because then like my point isn't proven, you know?
Mhm.
But he could at least introduce himself. I mean, he doesn't have to like give them orders, but he could at
Well,
least
the
orient them a bit.
the fundamental problem is you don't know when the game is won. That's the fundamental problem.
Yeah,
Man in Black has an upper hand in this situation because he can make sure the game is never over.
yeah,
If you're playing chess, you might not know how to get victory, but if you knock the other players off the boards, they'll never win.
right,
However, you can win.
right.
You might not know what winning means, but you know that they can't win if you shake the board and the players their
Mhm.
pieces fall off. So I feel like that's kind of the fundamental problem is Man in Black knows what victory looks like for him. It's getting off the island, and
Yep.
until then, it's in terms of their bet, it's killing the players so they can't prove themselves to be good,
Right.
or manipulating them into being bad. For Jacob, what is victory? How do you show humans are fundamentally good? I don't know how you show that.
Yeah.
People come to the island and build a utopia and live for how long?
Yeah.
How long do you have to be in a utopia and live harmoniously before you prove that they're good? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, is a month enough? Is 2 years
Mhm.
enough? There's going to be conflict eventually, no matter what.
Yep.
So, like, it's a shitty bet. Unless you state what the rules are, unless you state what victory is, there's almost no way he can win.
Right. Right. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. But I feel like every story that we see basically proves eventually the Man in Black right.
Because
Like
it's easier for him. Yeah. Well, and that's the problem is they both, or at least Jacob is misunderstanding humanity, which when by the time they make the bet is understandable. Like, because later when he's able to leave the island and he gets to see modern times, he can get a better sense of how people really work. But before that, he grows up on the island and his experience with humanity is very limited.
yeah.
You know, but I feel like it's such a weird situation for him to try to make this bet, not knowing that when humans are in a situation of scarcity and survival, they're at their worst.
Yeah.
But that's not just a human thing. That's a life thing.
Yeah.
Any animal will try to survive when its life is being threatened,
Right.
no matter what. An animal will eat its young if it means it can
Mhm.
survive, or if the young won't survive, it'll, conservation of energy. So it's like it's just such a really weird bet to have when you don't even understand a what victory is and b what are the variables here.
Yeah.
You put people in the worst situation they've ever been in their entire life, and they're supposed to show the best of humanity.
Mhm.
Like, how does that work?
It doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't work. That's the answer.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I feel like they should have. I do wish they had thought through Jacob's big plan. And I think it's also muddled by the fact that there's like different parts of it. you know?
Yeah.
Like there's the bet about like whether people are good or bad, and
Hmm.
then there's the candidates, you
Yeah.
know? And like the candidates are a part of the first plan, kind of, but they're also separate, you know? And so it's just a bit it's just a bit of a mess,
Yeah.
you know? Because it's like the bet doesn't seem to matter anymore by the
Hmm.
end. It's like who cares about the bet anymore, you know? In his final meeting with them, he's not like, you know,
I win or whatever.
yeah, exactly. Like,
And that's the other thing too is it should have been something tangible like listen, the only good people can find the light cave. And I will bring people to this island until I prove that there's a human out there who's fundamentally good and can find a light cave on their own.
mhm.
And that could have been the bet.
Yeah.
And then you have Jack find the light cave.
Yeah.
The candidates should have been the people who are most likely to find the light cave, who are most likely. It should have been that connected. Like the candidates are the people, not who can take over for Jacob specifically, but generally the people who can pass the first test,
Yeah.
which is the bet.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
And then you say, okay, they're the people who can lead. They're natural leaders, or they're natural problem solvers, or whatever you want to say. Or like I said, they can find the light cave, or they can tap into the power of the island because they're naturally good. Like there should have been something tangible that you can say, here is what victory looks like.
Yeah.
And since they're retconning all of this, and since they know Jack is going to be the guy at the end who does this, then that's what they should have done.
Yeah.
Especially since he wakes up 2 feet from the light cave.
Right.
That would have been an interesting sign. Like, oh man,
Yeah.
the plane blew apart. I zapped these people to the island, and Jack randomly landed next to the light cave. This is a sign he might be the one.
Yeah. It's a good point. Wow.
It's insane.
No, I like that. That would have been nice.
Yeah.
Another thing is that like it really doesn't seem like the Man in Black is that invested in the bet.
No. And again, back to what you're saying about it being muddled is there's the bet and the candidate, and then there's, on Jacob's side of what he wants out of this whole thing generally. And on Man in Black's side, it's the bet and getting off the island.
Yeah. Right.
So it's still these two things that he doesn't really care about the bet, because and that's the thing, they should have been connected. He
Right.
can't get off the island until he proves the bet wrong.
Yeah.
Or until he wins the bet and proves Jacob wrong.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it just should have tied in more. It's like if they're gonna introduce this grand idea of like, these two
Mhm.
like supernatural figures who have this bet about whether humanity is fundamentally good or bad, like it's just they should have followed through on that. It's just
Yeah.
it's a weird thing to introduce and then just like drop.
And if I was rewriting this show, I would have had Jacob put all his money behind Jack, and I would have had Man in Black put all his money behind Locke, and they both have
Yep.
leadership qualities. They both have a connection to the island, but it should have been Man in Black's plan should have been to use his whole loophole idea, not only to get off the island, but to show
Prove Jacob wrong.
that man is inherently corruptible.
Yep.
Even a good one is inherently corruptible, and that should have proven Jacob wrong, and B,
Yep.
given him a way off the island.
Yep. I see you found your loophole and prove me wrong.
Yep, that's all we needed.
Just like a little more, like yeah, it should have tied together. Absolutely. It's just better writing that way, I think.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, it's just these disparate elements that only seem very vaguely connected. Because
Mhm.
like Man in Black's desire to leave the island, I mean, that goes back to before he was even the smoke monster.
Yeah.
Like that was just like what he's always wanted.
Yeah.
Because he wanted to explore and like see outside the island. He didn't like being confined there. And it's like that has nothing to do with whether what he thinks about humanity,
Exactly.
And so that's kind of
Yeah,
disappointing.
his loophole. Yes, his loophole to get off the island should have been winning the bet.
Yeah.
Yeah, that should have been how he got off the island. Was listen, I proved you wrong.
Absolutely. And then like they could have something where ultimately Jacob's right because of what Jack does at the end, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
Like if they want to come back, they don't have to end it on, well, Man in Black won the bet, so
Hmm.
I guess people are bad. You know, they could still kind of pull it back. But yeah, I totally agree because that's another thing that they really dropped the ball on, which is like what the loophole was.
Yeah.
And it would have been great to have it tie in with the bet,
Hmm.
you know, because that would have made more sense.
Yeah, like man is inherently corruptible. I win the bet. Man is inherently corruptible. Therefore, I got a good man to kill you.
Yeah,
Not that Ben was good, but if Locke had done it,
right.
or something like that, where it's yeah, God, they should have somehow tied those two things together,
Yeah.
which they could have done. They're retconning it. They could have totally did.
Yeah. Yeah, they have no problem retconning things. I mean, we just looked at Nikki and Paulo acting like they've been there the whole time.
Acting like they're not even tan. That's how new they are to the island. They're fresh off the boat, man. Come on, nobody's buying that.
You can't do that quaff at this point. Like, come on.
Oh wow, Nikki and Paulo. Mm-mm.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I remember like hating them instantly.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
They didn't even do anything in this episode, and I was already like,
They showed up. They
yeah,
they showed up and they had names and they
yep,
had people talking to them like they had been around for a while.
yeah.
Like I think it would have been just so much better if Locke would have been like, wait, what's your name again?
Mhm. Absolutely.
Nikki. Oh, okay, yeah. And then a little bit of like, yeah, I might have like I'll give you the fact that you've been around here, but I don't want to go so far as to say I know your name and we're friends.
Mhm. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, we've interacted several times. Like there's this history that we have. You've just never seen it on screen, you know, but like yeah, we've had some times me and Paulo.
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
what? Yeah. Yeah, no, totally. They could have sold it differently. And then like so they do that here where he's just like, "Hey, Nikki, Paulo, blah blah blah," you know.
Hmm.
Uh, but then later on, when Nikki and Polly get their episode, then they have Sawyer saying this like meta line of like, "Who's Nikki?" You know,
Hmm.
and
Yeah, it's too late by then.
it's like they play it both ways.
Yeah, it's too, but they play it that way because of the reactions from how they started it off.
Exactly.
Which is horrible. Like, and I don't think they did it, but they should have shown Nick and Paulo in the background in the like earlier in this episode. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like the first time we see them should not be at the end of the episode when they're talking.
Yeah.
Like they should have featured them somewhere in the background, just hanging around like a red shirt.
Yeah.
Then when they come to the foreground, then we go, oh, okay, well at least we understand like they were red shirt background players, and now they're coming to the forefront.
Right.
Not they just, you could almost have a conspiracy, crackpot theory that they came out of the implosion of the hatch.
Mhm.
Like they just show up out of nowhere.
Absolutely. They could have done it like they did with Ethan. You know,
Hmm.
like I love the way they did Ethan because like I never suspected him, you know?
Yeah.
And when I watch it again, I'm like, "Oh shit, it's him. He's there. Like he just showed up." You know?
Yeah.
And like people don't notice, but like they showed Ethan for episodes before they revealed, you know, before he comes to the forefront. Like he's just kind of there in the background a couple times. They show Locke going off with him, you know, like
Yeah.
they don't like make a big deal of like everyone's talking to Ethan all of a sudden, you know?
Yeah. Hey, I got some pipes that need fixing. Ethan, come over here.
Exactly, exactly, because that's what you're good at. Yeah,
Hmm.
like he once he comes to the forefront, he's been there before, so it doesn't feel so unnatural. You
Yeah.
know, like totally. If they just had them more in the background and then like later on, like they brought them in, then it would have flowed a lot better.
Yeah.
They really dropped the ball on that. The execution was just bad, and it's like they, you know, they talk about how the fans hated them, and it's like we gave you what you asked for, i.e., what are the red shirts doing? Like, why don't you like this? And it's like, well, you just didn't execute it very
Well, we
well.
didn't ask for the red shirts to become main characters.
That's
That's
true.
what we didn't ask for.
That's
You
true.
know.
That's true. And the thing is, like, if they wanted to do like a high concept thing, they could have done like and like they kind of do this, but they just sort of flood it by having these characters like um interact like they'd been there the whole time. But they could have done an episode like that Next Generation episode where it's like all about the red shirts. Like, do you know the one I'm talking about?
I don't remember which one.
Like, there's an episode where you follow like three like really low level officers,
Mm-hmm.
um, and you see what they do, and they have like brief interactions with the main characters. And so
Okay.
you kind of get the perspective of like a lower level, because like most of the main characters on the show are like pretty high level officers,
Yeah.
and so you get to see like what it's like to be not one of those people,
Yeah. Yeah.
on the
Yeah.
Enterprise. And so they go through an adventure like from their point of view, and like that's kind of what the Nikki Apollo episode is like, but
Mm-hmm.
also not really.
Yeah. Yeah. It's tough because you don't want to take focus away from the people we actually came to see.
Right.
But
And I think that's probably why they didn't do it.
and Star Trek is more episodic anyway.
Yeah,
So
they can get away with that more easily.
yeah.
It's true. Yeah, like it probably was just a bad idea from the beginning,
Yeah.
and they just shouldn't have tried it.
And then of course later when they're at the Pearl, it's just like you guys are you know stuff other losties never find
Mhm.
out. Like that's just nobody wants that.
Yeah, it's like, "Oh, we found this like 3 weeks ago." Like, what's a big
It's like
deal?
and then it's like thanks for telling nobody.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And it's just kind of laughable. It's like a really um a really blatant in your face retcon.
Yeah.
It's like, hell no, they didn't find that. Come on. Like, are you serious? You want me to believe that? Like, oh, look, we found this pond and there's a briefcase in there. I wonder whatever the case may be. Like, yeah.
I wonder whatever this case may be. Oh man.
Like, come on, guys. Oh, look, it's an inhaler. I wonder if anyone's looking for it. Like,
Yeah, yeah.
what the fuck? Like, it's ridiculous. Oh, look, it's a creepy guy, Ethan. I wonder if he wasn't on the plane. Like,
Yeah, it'd be great if season 6 we get to the light cave and there's like somebody wrote on the cave wall, Nikki and Paula were here.
yes, yes.
Been here, done it. Got here first, guys. Sorry.
Oh my god. Oh my god. If Lost were a comedy, it would need to end that way. They can't follow her here. Of
Yeah.
course they were. What? You guys didn't know where this was?
You guys didn't know it was so easy to find. We couldn't stop finding this place.
I told Paulo we are not going there again. We go there every day,
Every day, all the
and
time.
I'm sick of it.
We're heading towards the beach, and wouldn't you know it, we run into the light cave. Yeah. No, we have to work on our lost rewrite, man, and like
Yep.
work on these like there's different tiers of issues, but
Yeah.
work on the big issues and because they get close. They get really close.
They do.
Um
They do. They do. I really think that, like, because some people are like, they want to rewrite the show where it's like everything's totally different,
mhm.
and it's like, yeah, there's aliens, or, the island's a spaceship, or,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I wouldn't want to do yeah, exactly. I wouldn't want to do all that.
yeah, like, you don't really have to do that. I don't think you have to change anything totally fundamental about what they reveal, like where the story goes. You
Yeah.
can still have the Flash sideways. You can still have, the basic idea of Man in Black wants to leave, and so, that whole thing. I mean, it's really. Yeah, it's really like minor things, but it's things that would make a big difference,
Yeah.
you know? Because it's just it's somehow at those moments, those key moments, they're small moments, but it just doesn't happen. Like they just bypass the moment when they could have like made it
Mhm.
really work.
Yeah.
And so yeah, it'd be a great thing to do. It's kind of a big project, but yeah, I think it's doable. I've already heard several good ideas on this podcast
Hmm.
about the ending that like sound really exciting to me.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah. It'd be
that's
nice to get that written.
yeah, absolutely. Like that's really what I wanted to see, you know? And like I'm not sure exactly what that scene would be like, but it's like that's the kind of thing that I felt like we had earned,
Yes.
you know? More so than just a fight on a cliff.
Yeah, and more so than Christian telling Jack, well, it kind of didn't matter whatever you did. You're here
Mhm.
now,
Yeah,
so
you guys were
whatever.
really good friends, and that's kind of all that matters.
Yeah, yeah. Like if you guys would have just like rented a cabin and gone skiing for a week, it would have been the same thing. Yeah, it's just good. You would have bonded just as much. Well, a big Groupon deal on ski lodge.
Yeah, no, totally. Like that group over there and the church next door, like it was a Groupon.
Yeah. Yeah.
No,
How'd you guys get here, Groupon?
normally it's a Groupon.
Yeah, it's usually
You
Groupon.
guys are the exception.
You guys still went through way too much trouble to get here.
It really wasn't worth it. No offense.
Uh,
Yeah, no, totally. That's I mean that was one of my big disappointments. And I think tying in the island with the Flash Sideways would really help with that.
and speaking of the ending, here's another crazy kind of way they could have ended it is have I mean this would have been a little another step to the side of kind of what they were going for, but something along the lines of Man in Black created the Flash Sideways, and he's
Mhm.
trapped them there,
Mhm.
in this world, and they have to wake up out of this in order to move on,
Yeah, yeah,
and
yeah.
that's his loophole, or so that's his way of keeping them from what they're trying to do is he's created this alternate reality where they're all trapped and Jack or Desmond has to go into the light cave and go into this place, realize that in this place that's outside of time, Man in Black has gotten the last laugh
Mhm.
and he has trapped them there. And now Jack, having what it takes, per Christian's quote,
Mhm.
releases them.
Yeah,
You know
yeah,
what I
yeah.
mean? Something like that would have been really interesting.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Uh,
Or Locke even. Locke,
Yeah.
I don't understand, hit that be that his final words, his final thoughts is I don't understand, and then he goes to this place and then he gets it.
Yeah.
He's the first one to wake up or something. Um,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Now I understand. Like I feel like he deserved to have that as much as Jack
Yeah,
needed you have what it takes,
yeah,
you
yeah.
know? Because like that's all he wanted, was to like have some kind of
And maybe
understanding of his
that
place
would
in
have
the
been
world.
interesting. That would have been interesting if the whole main thesis of Locke is his biggest accomplishments were never going to be in life.
Yeah.
It was going to be in his death.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
you
yeah.
have him fail and fail and fail and fail in life. He gets killed. He doesn't understand what he should have done differently. But then in this afterlife world, he can be the hero there,
Yeah.
and he can realize this is what it was all for.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It was for me to get to this place and then do something heroic or do something that was faithful or something that he was capable of doing.
Yeah.
Instead of just what did he even do when he got to the place?
Not much. I
Jeez.
mean, yeah, I don't know, he got a job as a substitute teacher and he got hit by a car and then he got some spinal surgery from Jack and
Yeah.
that's about it.
Wow. Yeah. not quite heroic.
No. No, and he wasn't a big mover. Again, it was Desmond, you know. Desmond was the
Mhm.
one that had to wake them all up. They really liked giving Desmond shit to do.
They really did like giving Desmond a lot of stuff. I don't know why.
Yeah, it's weird. It is like, oh, 'cause you made our favorite episode, so we're gonna give you a lot of stuff. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, and I think him being not one of the original Losties, I think it wasn't well deserved.
Yeah, I agree.
If they wanted him to be a big character, he should have been in the pilot.
Yep, yep. Yeah,
I
he
mean,
didn't really
technically,
earn his
he was on
place.
the island, but
Mhm.
he wasn't in the pilot proper. But he was around, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, he didn't really earn that place as much as some people did who weren't there.
Yeah.
And so yeah, he needed something. I mean, it's I appreciate the ultimate tragedy, but I mean, just as a TV viewer, it's really hard to have a character end with nothing, and like
Hmm.
get uh no even small sense of like vindication or a moment of overcoming their weaknesses, like
Hmm.
I feel like that's what
Literally,
we should have
and again,
seen.
like we said before, not only that, but also getting his legacy tarnished by the villain
Right.
pretending to be. It's like shitting on somebody's grave.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just even worse than getting nothing.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. And he didn't even know that happened.
And didn't even know. And then again, another probably didn't even know what happened.
Like it would be bad enough if he knows, but it's like yeah, and no one even bothers to tell him, I think.
Yeah.
So he's just like, yeah, but I don't know, Ben killed me. That was the end of my story.
God, imagine a moment. Imagine a moment where Locke, Man in Black dressed as Locke is fighting Jack on the cliff, and he's just kind of beating Jack, and it looks like he's gonna win, and then Locke shows up,
Hmm.
and Man in Black is, it's two Locks on
Yep,
screen.
yep, yep.
And Man in Black is like, "What are you doing here?" And Locke goes, "I finally understand," and like pushes him off the cliff.
Yeah.
Oh my God! I would have wet my pants.
Me too.
I would have wet my pants.
I can't wear those pants anymore, but it's
Those pants are.
okay.
I'm gonna frame those pants because I just saw the coolest moment ever.
Yes.
That
Uh,
would have been that would have been so epic.
Absolutely. I would have loved to see that.
And then Jack sees Locke, for a couple seconds as Locke fades away
Hmm.
into going to wherever. But like,
Yeah.
yeah, that would have been epic.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, I always wanted somehow Locke to come back and really, really be the hero because Man in Black is running around with his skin on.
Yeah.
You know, he needed something to say to have the final word for that travesty.
Yeah. Yeah, because yeah, it kind of tarnished Locke's scenes like in the Flash Sideways that he was evil man in Black Locke on the island. And I think another thing they did that I don't like is they paired up in the Flash Sideway episodes that focused on Locke, they showed the man in black on the island, which I felt like just kind of was confusing,
Mm-hmm.
you know, like because the normal structure is you flash to the character you're focusing on, not like the character that's wearing the appearance of, like it's like, and it muddles the whole thing of that's not Locke,
Yeah.
and also like the fact that uh they had this big, I mean, they did have a big conflict between Jack and Locke early in the series, You know,
Yeah.
I guess it's still happening. I mean, I
Yeah,
suppose
he
that
hasn't pulled the gun on him yet.
that's true. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And that's like, yeah. So I mean, the conflict isn't over.
Yeah.
I guess it's not going to be over until Locke's dead,
Yeah, pretty much.
basically. And so, and there's that thing at the end of season one where Jack tells Kate, like, if we get out of this, I need you on my side because we're gonna have a Locke problem. You know,
Oh yeah. Oh man.
and it almost feels like they fulfilled that in a weird way with the Man in Black. You
Mhm.
know, because he's Locke. It's like the Locke they had never really could fit that role.
Yeah.
But they had someone look like him fill that role, and
Mhm.
so it's just a bit, I don't know, like it sort of messes with the Locke character more, you know, in terms of his legacy.
Yeah.
That there was this guy walking around looking like Locke, and like there were some characters that I don't know if they ever really understood like
Yeah.
what was going on with him. Like some of those random others or whatever.
Mhm.
You know?
Yeah, the people who a couple, season two before were like, "Oh, he's our new leader,"
Yeah.
and then he comes in Sundown and tells us all to get out of here, or else he'll kill us,
Yeah.
or it'll kill, or whatever his threat was.
Yeah.
And it's like, what? How is, huh? Like, what are we supposed to be doing here?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And it's just like they don't, I don't know. And then they still have characters call him that, and it's just like they do. I mean, it is clear that it's not him, but on the other hand, like when it's always looking like him and talking like him and being played by the same actor,
Yeah.
and paired up with him in The Flash Sideways, it still draws that connection. And I think it's further tarnishing the image of Locke, that's already
Yeah.
already so low,
Yeah.
already so horribly tarnished just
I
by
mean,
his own life.
literally, season one and season two is the height of his character, and
Yep.
it goes downhill. Almost every episode afterwards is just downhill further. He's getting further from his goal. He's being a worse character
Yep.
until his death, where he gets zero understanding of why he's even dying. He goes around the world to try to convince the people who helped create a whole alternate reality because they're so bonded,
Mm-hmm.
won't even take him at face value
No.
for his pleas, and begging for them to come back until he's dead. It
Yeah.
takes his death to rally them.
Yep.
Then they kind of forget, and then there's somebody who looks like him, and being the last main villain, and then yeah, and then what do you get out of all that?
Yeah, and it is weird that after all that, like they reunite in the afterlife like they were old pals.
Yeah,
It's like that's not really how you
no,
guys left it. I mean, everyone, like most people thought Locke was crazy.
yep,
Like remember Rose in season four? She's like, I'm not going anywhere with that man.
yep.
But she's there in the church with Locke, like, oh, we were old pals, but wasn't he crazy guy that came out of the jungle and threw a knife into Naomi's back? Like, wasn't
Mhm.
he like he's wandering around the jungle like consorting with Ben and like doing weird shit like for no apparent reason? Like,
Yeah.
did they really like change their mind at some point? It sure didn't look like it when they talked to him.
Mhm.
Like Kate still thought he was crazy. Jack still thought he was crazy. Everyone was just like, "No, I'm not going back to the island. What are you talking about?"
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know? And so, and then, but somehow, yeah, they didn't earn that transition where they're all like, you know what, Locke was all right.
Yeah, like he was right all along.
Yeah,
We should have listened to him before anything like that.
yeah, yeah. It's like Jack sort of realizes that, but I don't feel like most of them do.
Does he have a line where he's like, "This is for Locke," and he like punches Man in Black, or did I make that up?
Uh,
Does
there,
he does he do something like that?
a little bit. Like there's that interchange where the Man in Black is where they're lowering Desmond into the cave, and the Man in Black's like, "Hey Jack, doesn't this remind you of the hatch when we were lowering Kate
Mm.
down, and if there's a button down there, we can argue about whether or not we should push it.
Yeah.
And then Jack's like, "You're not Locke. You disrespect his memory by wearing his face, but you're nothing like him." And then he says something like, he was right about almost everything, and I wish I could have told him that, before he
Mm.
died. That's
Mm.
the closest they get. He doesn't
Yeah.
he doesn't really uh he doesn't really say like, oh yeah, 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 there's another moment like that actually. Um uh near the submarine. Um when they're about to get on the submarine and uh
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
you know
yeah,
what I'm
yeah,
talking about? Right before he
yeah. And he
pushed him
knocks
in
him
the
to the water,
water.
right? Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the part I'm talking
Yeah.
about, right?
Yeah, 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 that's the one. 'Cause like, yeah, he's like, I don't know who told you. I forgot what it was. Uh the island something something.
Vamp as you look it up.
Yeah, I'll give you a topic. I can't think of a topic. She makes it look easy, but it's not that easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Who is she?
Uh, Linda Richmond, isn't that Coffee Talk?
Oh
The one who
wow.
always was like, I'm getting verklempt. Like,
Mike Myers. Okay, yeah.
I'll give you a topic, discuss amongst
Yeah.
yourselves.
It's always Rhode Island to me. That's the first one that comes to mind.
Yeah.
Rhode Island's either road Northern Ireland discuss.
Exactly. Oh, okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. So Locke says, whoever told you you needed to stay had no idea what he was talking about. And then Jack
Mm.
goes, John Locke told me I needed to stay. And then he pushes him into the water.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay.
That
I
was the
thought there
big
was
moment.
something physical with
Yeah,
this is for Locke.
that was the one. That was the one. That was
Yeah.
that part about like get him in the water because he's allergic to water or
Yeah,
something.
because he's wet, and when he's wet, he's what, weaker? I don't know.
Yeah, they got that idea randomly. Like, cause smoke and water don't mix or something.
That's what the famous saying is. Every kid knows smoke and water don't mix.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I feel like Jack kind of got that, but I
Yeah.
really don't feel like the other characters did.
No.
You know, good example was Rose and Bernard. Like not only the thing I said about Rose, but they're the ones that rescued Desmond from the well, and
Yeah.
Man in Black shows up with his knife, and he's like, Desmond, you better come with me, or I'm gonna kill them. You know, I don't think they have any idea that that's not Locke.
Nope.
So
Nope.
like that's their last memory of Locke.
Threatening to kill them. Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
exactly. And so it's like again, but he's welcome in the church. Like really? I think Ben should be able to come then.
Yeah.
Like if he can come along after that, it's just like yeah, I feel like they they didn't really establish those relationships. There's too much conflict, and you know they weren't like best pals all the time.
No, they weren't.
It's like not only did they not get along, but I mean they had like conflicts that were violent. And so it
I
just
feel like the ending should have been Jack saying, Locke, I should have listened to you, and Locke saying, Jack, I should have listened to you.
yeah,
Like they both should have just listened to each other because they were both right at different points about different things.
absolutely, absolutely. And yeah, it feels like they didn't really they didn't have that moment.
And I'll bring this thing up that I mentioned to you before, and I'll reiterate this for the listeners: is I went to this lecture about like the psychology of storytelling, and the speaker was talking about how the thing we want as an audience member is not the the main character, getting the positive outcome of the goal. The thing that we want that, but the thing that really can finishes the story emotionally is when they share that knowledge with somebody else. So it's all about the relationships, and if you look at Joseph Campbell's hero's journey, it's really the return with the elixir. That's the part, the very last beat is not just that the hero goes off and slays the dragon, which is the positive accomplishment of the goal. It's that they bring that knowledge back to the village and the tribe. That's the part that is the reason we care about story, because story are fundamentally are is instructions on how to survive and how we relate to our reality, right? So it's people tell stories that, okay, if I go out to the jungle and I climb the mountain and I go into the cave, there's a monster in the cave, and I need to tell you this story so you understand how to either fight danger or avoid danger. That's really what stories are about. And so then it's bringing that knowledge of the journey back that's important. Because if the hero goes off on the journey and goes through the first 11 beats of that story, they go and fight the dragon and then die. That's not satisfying,
Yeah.
even if the dragon is dead. What's satisfying is when the hero comes back and gets to tell that story to their people, and then we understand. Then we've learned something about life. We've learned a lesson. We understand, don't go into that cave because there's danger there, or don't, you know, uh, even like a story like a fable about the ant and the grasshopper. It's a story about survival. It's about, if you don't prepare for winter, you might die.
Yeah.
So my point being, that's what we wanted out of the end of this. We didn't just want Jack to defeat Man in Black. We want them to share the knowledge with each other about what happened after that.
Yeah.
I think that's what's missing from Lost, is that last beat of, this is what happened and why, and them sharing that knowledge, and then the audience goes, now the circle feels complete. Now we understand why they did this. It's not just important that they did it. It's more important that they share what they did with somebody else.
Yeah.
And so that's what we always talk about, the losties at a bar sharing their stories about what they went through on the island. That is what would be satisfying.
Yeah.
It's not that they went through these accomplishments and these trials and tribulations, but that they tell each other about them so they all understand what the dangers were, what their motivations were, and what they had to go through. And that would have been way more satisfying. And that's kind of what, in a metaphorical sense, is what they get out of the church scene.
Yeah.
Everyone's there and they're happy and they're smiling, but no one's literally talking and saying these things,
Yeah.
but they're exuding that last beat of the return of the elixir, of the knowledge being shared and coming back to each other, but they didn't actually do it, so it's not satisfying.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was gonna say. Like the church scene is almost that,
Mm-hmm.
but they forgot like the important part of that.
Yeah, which is to say, hey, that wasn't me when Man in Black was pretending to be me.
Yeah,
Hey, that wasn't me who threatened you, Rose or
yeah,
Bernard. You know what I mean? Those kind of things are very important.
yeah, and like they could have had that,
Yeah.
they had the setup that they needed. Again, they're so
Hmm.
close.
Yeah.
Like they did have the instinct that you're talking about, because that scene like kind of serves that function, but they didn't
Yeah.
put in the part that really makes it work,
Yeah.
you know? So it's just like almost, they came
Almost.
this close to the right thing,
Yeah.
and they just didn't put in the point that we
Like
needed.
like again, Christian saying, Jack, you had
Yep.
what it took.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
They did the whole. That's exactly. If you look at just Jack as the hero's journey, that's Jack's return with Elixir, is to say, my default problem I had in the beginning of my story, I have now overcome that, and I need someone to acknowledge that.
Yeah.
And then if you acknowledge it, the audience goes, yes, the story is complete.
Yeah.
If you don't acknowledge it, it doesn't count.
Right.
You can feel it. It feels like it's complete, but it's not really complete.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like the problem is that the scene with Christian is all about um it's all about exposition. Like they're trying to explain the Flash sideways.
Yeah.
And I feel like they kind of forget to have like they forget to have the Jack Christian reunite moment.
Mm-hmm.
you know? Like because Christian is there to like explain this thing, and like they're then they can like talk about like why are we here, like where are we going, like what's going on. But there is no like vindication of Jack's like final actions, or you know realization about like Christian's opinion of Jack being wrong, and like sort of an appreciation of what he's been through, and
Hmm.
them like sharing that. It just doesn't happen. Like it's just like, this is the place that you made together, and this place works like this, and you're here, and then you're gonna move on, and
Hmm.
here we go.
Yeah, here we go. Moving on. Like I said, we would.
Yeah, exactly. And so there's no, and then when they walk into church, it's just music, and it doesn't seem like they're talking to each other at all. And yeah, I just feel like we needed a few more lines. We needed a little more. We needed like we needed some scenes with them together, like before they go into church,
Yeah.
where they can like just talk, and they don't have to show us everything they say to each other, but like give us a few lines so we get an idea,
Yeah.
you know?
Well, the first thing Christian should have said to Jack when he got there was, "I knew you had it in you,"
Yeah,
or "I knew you'd make it."
yeah,
That should have been the first thing he said, and then explain the place, and then explain what he meant by, "Okay, I knew you'd make it here to this place that you guys built," or whatever.
yeah.
Like that should have been the first thing he said. But we talked about it before with Deep Space Nine. They had the scene.
Hmm.
At the end of all, like I said, the positive accomplishment at the end is, spoiler alert, they defeat the Dominion. I guess you assume they would.
Yeah.
Um,
It'd be
but
hilarious
that's,
if that show ended with the Dominion wins.
yeah, like Starfleet is defeated, and
Yep.
yeah. Uh, but that's the thing. That's not the end of the story. Watch any movie, any studio Hollywood movie, or really kind of any movie. The character will complete their goal. That is not the last scene. Is them completing their goal. The Karate Kid is not the fight. The final fight is not the last scene. The last scene is when you talk to the person the main character cares about, and they share that victory together. And then the audience goes, ah, yes, now the circle is complete. The circle is not complete when you destroy the Dominion. The circle is complete when the crew who've been on battling for 7 years together are literally at a bar hanging out and enjoying each other's company, and you understand this is what it was for.
Yeah.
It was so they can get to this point,
Yeah.
and it's really satisfying.
Yeah.
And well, I won't bring that up. I was gonna say something about Voyager, but that's a spoiler. You haven't seen it.
It's true.
Anyway, have we talked about how Lost sucks enough? Do we need to go? I can keep going.
Oh, I
So
don't think we're done with that topic. I'm just gonna call it spoiler alert.
yeah, no, there's some more. There's some more. But anyway, further instructions. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, I mean, not a great episode.
No.
I think it has potential, and I think there's some tweaks they could have made, and it could have been better, but I do think fundamentally it's a bad idea for a story.
Yeah.
And they just should have conceived of something better for the outcome of the hatch implosion.
Hatch implosion.
It's just like, by the end of the episode, they've got all the characters back from the hatch implosion, and they're kind of moving on from that. You know,
Hmm.
it's kind of just getting the business of collecting the characters back at the beach camp,
Yeah.
and that's the main thing that's really accomplished. And that's just not a really compelling story the way they tell it.
Yeah.
you know. So yeah, I mean, I'm gonna say it. I think the Glass Ballerina was a better episode.
Wow. Wow. Who would have thunk it?
I wouldn't have, but yeah, I mean, this is just a real mess, and it's I think it's even sadder because, like you said, like I want it to be better. I feel like it's about things that I'm more interested in than what Gas Ballerina's about, you
Yeah.
know? But it just tells its story much more, much less well. And the story itself is just less well conceived. It's just a mess.
Yeah, I mean, and did Locke even ever figure out why he lost his voice? He was just like,
No.
once he goes, I need to save Echo. He was like, okay, the island took my voice because I need to save Echo. Like, huh?
Yeah. It makes no sense. It's just like, yeah, it's back, bah, whatever.
And it's like, why did Man in Black even think that would work?
Yeah.
Like, okay, you know what I'll do? I'll take his voice away. Then he'll make a sweat lodge, and then
Mhm.
I can give him a dream.
Yeah.
Why not just wait till Locke goes to sleep?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if I really want to see this, but I like the idea of my loophole centric episode where we see him like looking at Locke building the sweat lodge
Oh, nice.
and like laughing his ass
Literally laughing, just like, oh
off.
my
Like,
god, look at this guy. And he's like making the drugs, and he's like,
yep.
he's gonna eat it. Oh no, he's gonna eat it. Oh no.
It's like,
I like to think him and Jacob are both watching that. Like that's their television. It's
yep.
just like watching Locke do stupid stuff.
Yeah, it's like, God, I didn't even need him to do this.
Yeah. Jacob's like, oh, dude, take my money. You're right. Humans are fucking stupid. No, 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 take it. I bet's over.
Yeah, because I do think there's some cleaning up to do. Like, I think all of the signs are there that it's him, but it doesn't, there isn't quite a clear reason provided, even in light of everything we know,
Yeah.
you know? And I think that's a little bit disappointing. Because at least if the episode's going to be crappy, I mean, at least it could have a point.
Yeah. I would have liked to see Echo versus the polar bear, just like Echo getting
Hmm.
captured and then Echo having to figure out a way to get out of that. Like that would have been
Hmm.
more interesting.
Yeah, yeah,
And,
yeah.
and it was weird that he had the stick in his hand the whole time. Like he's passed out, but he's got the stick in his hand. Like how long was he holding on to that stick?
Yeah.
Did the polar bear drag him from the implosion site all the way to that cave, and he's passed out yet holding that stick?
Yeah, and wait a minute. What happened? Like, Locke had the stick fall from the tree on him.
Yeah.
Uh,
Oh, what was that?
so, but
Maybe I don't know if that was his staff, but there was a stick in his hand. I don't know if that. I guess that wasn't his walking stick,
it
but there
must.
was a stick in his hand when he was in the cave.
Okay. Yeah, because I remember the stick you're talking about, and I assumed it was the one. But,
Yeah. Uh,
but if it was the one, then it would mean that he grabbed the stick, and then the polar bear took him after Locke left.
no, yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
So yeah, there's no way. There's no way. So he just grabbed a stick, I guess, a random stick that was laying somewhere. Maybe he was gonna use it to try to fight the polar bear off.
I guess, and then he passed out. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. But no, I think you're right. I mean, I that was what I was saying about the fight with the polar bear. I mean, it's just really free of suspense. I mean,
Yeah.
there's just no sense of danger about it. I mean, the special effect being bad doesn't help, but they could have shot it differently. I mean, they could have made it feel like it matters a little more,
Hmm.
But yeah, I think shooting it from Echo's perspective would have accomplished that.
And polar bears, they don't. Why would they ever do that? I mean, I guess okay, it's Man in Black, so I'll leave
Yeah,
that.
which I think makes more sense.
Yeah.
Because that's a question I've had since this aired, like, why the fuck did the polar bear just randomly kidnap Echo at some point? Like,
Yeah, he looks like a fish biscuit.
what the hell were they thinking? But yet, it adds up a lot more since it's the Man in Black sending him on the mission in the first place, that,
Yeah.
that he's the one setting it up.
I can the only big thing I can think Man in Black is trying to do here is give Locke some confidence because
Yeah,
his confidence was shaken about
about the
the
hatch,
hat.
yeah.
So now he's okay. Listen, I will kidnap someone So you can be the rescuer,
Mhm.
and that'll give you confidence that you're the hunter.
Yep.
I don't know for what yet, but I'll
Mhm.
keep watching and find out, I guess, and see
Yeah.
if there's anything in the next part of the story that he will use against him.
Yeah. 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 No, I think that's basically it. But I wish it were a little more concrete.
Hmm.
You know, like that seems kind of vague, and I wish it had led to something more specific.
Yeah.
But but yeah, I think that's the best we can do.
Yeah.
Oh well, that's lost.
Yep. That's pretty good. Sometimes we can't even do that much.
That's true. That's true. Sometimes it's like I don't even know what they were thinking. I got nothing.
Yeah.
So yeah, yeah. I mean, it's. I think another thing that's weird about this show is that um because of this big loophole plan and the Man in Black's like machinations,
You
it.
mean Deus Ex
I
Machinations?
do. Thank you. It's a completely different experience watching the show now than it was at the time.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's sort of like Fight Club or something. It's like one of those things where once you know, you just can't watch it the same way anymore.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, because at the time, this played totally differently.
Yeah, because you didn't know what was going on, and you assumed it would all make sense in the end.
Yeah, yeah, it's true. And it's just amazing what we were willing to accept. Like,
Yeah.
okay, he built a sweat lodge, and then the island talks to him in the form of Boone, and it tells him to go rescue Echo from a polar bear. And it's like, yeah, that
Yeah.
sounds plausible.
Yeah, exactly. You just go along with it. That's what I was saying before. Like, how did I watch this and not know having this perspective and going, yeah, okay, this is all making sense.
Yeah, yeah, like, okay, that sounds like that's part of the island's big plan for Locke. Like, really? Like, it's hard for me to imagine. I think it's amazing that did we ever like I don't know. I guess I would have to listen to all our old podcasts. It's gonna take a while to really know. But like, did we ever suspect like any like uh ulterior motives on the part of these like vision
There's
sending people?
the vision sending. What do you mean?
Like, I mean, it basically means the Man in Black, but I mean, at the time, did we ever suspect that like the thing talking to him has
No,
some other motive that is hidden?
I think. Well, at this point, I think we're still thinking it's the island.
Yeah,
So we don't really know what that meant, but we thought, and I think we thought the island was neutral at least and benevolent at best.
yeah,
So I don't think we thought there were any ulterior motives. And if you look at this episode, there does look like there. I mean, he does save Echo. It
hmm
seems like something good to do. We
yeah,
want Echo saved, so
sure,
that seems fine. But it's not until you say, well, who took his voice away in the first place?
yeah,
And then you say, well, who made them have the vision?
yeah,
And we know ghosts can show up on the island, but that Boone isn't Ghost Boone,
right,
which is a funny word.
yeah.
And
Well, and Locke, I mean, Locke can't see the ghosts anyway.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
Hurley's
yeah,
big
exactly.
power.
That's true. That's true. So I don't think it's till until we start seeing Christian and we know Christian is Man in Black that we say, oh, okay. I mean, I guess Yimmy stuff too started playing into it about him being a Man in Black showing up as dead people,
Hmm.
but connecting Man in Black as dead people and Man in Black giving dreams, I think,
Yeah,
was the later thing.
yeah, yeah.
Because we
That's
were
the
still
thing.
waiting on the island, the reveal of what the island is, and the
Right.
island is nothing. The island is either Jacob or Man in Black.
Yeah. But that's the problem. Like we find out that the smoke monster can appear as dead people, but I mean the is there what's the connection between the smoke monster and the island? Like we don't really know.
Yeah,
Like for all we know, the smoke monster is, the spokesperson for the island, or the
Mhm.
security system that guards the islands.
Yeah.
Like we don't really know what the relationship is there, and I think we could assume that it is speaking for the island, just like
Hmm.
Christian says, like, yeah, no, I'm speaking for Jacob, yeah,
Yeah.
like you could sort of assume that that's still part, because we just don't know the smoke monster is the bad guy here.
And if we were using any kind of logic, which you can't, but on this show, but it should have been like, well, how can the island want anything? It's got
Hmm.
to be a person who wants something. The island is
Yeah.
an inanimate object.
Right.
It can't want anything.
Right.
And that's really the main idea at the end of the show was, yeah, the island doesn't actually want anything. It's
Yeah.
not a thing. It's other entities connected to the island who want things.
Right. Right. Yeah, I mean they had us convinced that the island had this will and this sentience, you
Because
know.
of perspective and the meaning we placed
Mhm.
on the things we saw,
Yep.
and exactly like we bought into the same thing. We called this stuff visions from the island the same reason the characters did.
Yeah.
Because we assumed, oh well, it must be coming from somewhere. Oh, it must be the island. We'll give the island personification.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And the Man in Black plays right into that. Like, okay, I'll be the island.
Yeah, I'll be the island.
No
Sure.
problem. No problem. If you want to say I'm the island, if you'll do what I say, works for me.
Bob's your uncle.
Yep.
Bob's your island. Yeah, why not?
Exactly.
Yeah, no, I don't think there'll ever be a show like this, man, where it's just
Never.
so much weirdness and inconsistency and greatness and
Greatness.
horribleness
Horrible,
and
horribleness.
and um and even when you figure something out, you really can't even be sure if
Mhm.
that even if it works.
Yep.
It's like it's literally it's like a puzzle you can never solve. It's like a like a 10,000 piece puzzle and you don't have the box, so you don't know what the picture should look like, and you can rearrange the puzzle and come up with images. Oh, here, this is what the picture should be.
Yep.
Well, this part didn't kind of work. Okay, let's
Mhm.
rearrange the pieces some more. Okay, this is what the image should be. No,
Yep.
well, that kind of doesn't work, and you just spend eternity rearranging pieces, never knowing like what you can never stop because you don't know what the final even if you that's I think that's the irony and the tragic irony of the situation is even if we came up with the perfect answer to something or the perfect formula or idea or way to look at this, we wouldn't know if we were right.
Yeah.
So with that puzzle analogy, yeah, you might rearrange the pieces and luck upon what the box says it should be, but since you don't have the box to compare, you don't even know. It's kind of like
Right.
Sliders, the TV show Sliders,
Mhm.
where they're sliding through different dimensions sort of randomly, and they actually get to the dimension they're supposed to be in, their home planet dimension, but
Mhm.
they don't even know it, and they
Right.
just keep going on. You know what I mean? So it's like that, where it's like that's kind of the sad part is there is no perfecting it.
Right. Well, that's the thing. I mean, ultimately, the show is flawed. I mean, all TV shows have, mistakes. They have, writing. There can be plot holes. There can be continuity errors. There can be, little things that happen. Actors disputes. Something happens on the set. Something gets lost in editing. There's all these things that can happen where, you know uh, it's really hard for us to tell the difference,
Yeah.
between that and like things that are fundamental to the story.
Hmm.
So when we're trying to come up with an explanation for what we see, like it's really hard to separate out like what's an essential detail that really has an explanation and what's like a thing where, you know, they just made it like that for XYZ reason that isn't actually very important.
Yeah, they let the actor, they let Hugo Reyes
Hmm.
draw a picture, and therefore we look at it and go, oh, that's important, but it's no,
Hmm.
they just let him draw whatever he wanted.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's just like a little thing where they thought, yeah, I mean, where he thought oh, I'll draw something that's like kind of relevant,
Hmm.
and it'll be interesting. But, you know, yeah, analyzing it is a waste of time.
Yeah.
you know and there's probably some stuff like that where it's like we really shouldn't overanalyze this part, but you don't necessarily know that all the time.
Yeah.
And so again, there you are in that position of every lost character where you just have to look at what's there and like do your best to figure out what's going on.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
And
great.
that's the quest we're on here. It's a really thankless quest, but we're gonna keep going anyway.
We get a thanks every now and then.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
It's just endless.
I do feel like we've had a fundamental breakthrough in the course of this rewatch.
Oh yeah.
Um, about how central this perspective thing is, and it's given me a new outlook on the whole show, and like that's something that I think really wouldn't have happened without all of this, the accumulation of these years and years and years of
Hmm.
watching this show and talking about it and thinking about it, you know,
Yeah.
before like that
Yeah. I
finally
think
came
it took.
together.
It's kind of like that 10,000 hour rule or whatever.
Mhm.
It took 10,000 theories
Yeah.
about what's going on before we lucked upon. Oh, it's like this.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. This is what we should be using to look at the show. Okay.
Exactly. Exactly. And yeah, I'm I'm amazed that that's happened, but on the other hand, like it is, I mean, it's kind of
Isn't that something you
um
put on your resume?
yeah.
You
Well,
know, is that what you're talking about? What are you saying?
yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, there is that. I mean, it is kind of ridiculous. It's a lot of work for like a kind of disappointing payoff in a way, because like the payoff is like, oh, but you kind of can't find the answers.
The answer is there's no answer.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's kind of what you're getting. But I will say that I haven't heard that particular perspective on the show really articulated anywhere.
Hmm.
So I think it's pretty original, and I think it's one quote unquote like theory, not really theory, but sort of perspective on the show that really holds up.
Yeah, yeah,
Like there really isn't a part of the show where it's like you don't see that really being highlighted.
yeah.
You
And
know?
it's so frequently. There's
Yeah.
almost no theory or idea of the show that's more frequently highlighted than characters see something, they interpret it, and that's it.
Yeah.
And how they interpret it is different depending on the character.
Yeah.
And it matters that it's different depending on the character, and that's the point. It's not just a coincidence that happens. It's not just saying, oh, people interpret things. Yeah, of course, every TV show has people interpreting things, but you don't
Mhm.
have, you're not watching Grey's Anatomy and like one doctor interprets something and another doctor and just one's in there both right or they're both wrong.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Like there's a fact there to be found, even if
Yeah.
they're arguing about what the case is. By the end of the episode, they're on the same page about what's going on here. They're not saying, "Oh, I saw it and it looks like evil incarnate." "Oh, I saw it and it was beautiful." Like
Right.
no, like yeah, so it is interesting to get to that point of understanding like this the what is the fundamental viewpoint to look at the show and to see how all this works out and yeah, hopefully one day we'll get we were talking about the soft podcast, we'll get Carlton and Damon on the podcast and we can pitch this thing to them and see how when they were writing the show how big of an influence that idea of perspective and meaning and misplaced meaning had when they were writing the show.
Yeah, yeah, I'm curious. Like, 'cause I think it could go either way. Like, whether it was like they consciously built that into the fabric of the show, or whether it was just kind
Hmm.
of organically a product of the kind
Of
of
a
show they were
mystery,
writing.
yeah, of like like a mystery show where they're not going to give definitive
Yeah,
answers. Then maybe naturally out of that you get characters, different perspectives, and different meanings.
yeah,
Or do you say, listen, no, 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 guys, we're going about this thing. We're talking about perspective. That's our underlying theme. So
Mhm.
when this thing happens, we got to have an opposite thing happen so we can telegraph to the audience that it's all about perspective.
Yeah.
Like the storyline with Echo. Is it literally like, no, 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 we need Echo to have a different opinion about the button than Locke, so we can
Mhm.
from viewing the same thing,
Mhm.
seeing the same evidence, two people have two different opinions about what that means.
Right.
Was that just because, hey, we want some conflict, or was that, okay, no, we're trying to hammer this theme about perspective?
Right. Right. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good question. And yeah, I'd love to get those guys on. There's that and I feel like ultimately like the thing I would love, besides just being able to talk to them, which is just cool inherently,
Mhm.
um, is that I always get really frustrated when people interview them because
Mhm.
I always feel like they don't ask the right
They
questions.
never do.
Every time I'm like, really? Like you get to interview them and that's all you got?
Yeah, you ask them about the polar bear. You ask them
Yes.
about the stuff you can go look up anywhere. They've answered it 20,000 times.
Yes. Yes. And it's just like, oh, this one guy that interviewed uh and he was actually like he interviewed Damon and he was like, so they were dead the whole time, right? And it was just like, oh my
Wow.
God. And then he had to sit there and explain to him very didactically, no, they weren't dead the whole time. Remember when Christian said this? That meant they
That
weren't
really
dead the
is.
whole
That's really
time.
upsetting. That reminds me. I just saw a clip of on YouTube. John Cusack was being interviewed. It's a short clip called "How Not to Start an Interview,"
Hmm.
and it's this like young college girl. They're like just about to start the interview from some new movie he was in, and she goes, "Oh, this is really funny because I was just texting my friend. I'm missing my film class right now, and guess what? They're watching today. They're watching American Beauty. Isn't that funny?" And he's like, "Why is that funny?" And she's like, "Cause you were in it." He's like, "No, I wasn't." Yeah, weren't you? No. She's like, "Yeah, American Beauty." She's like, "What's the one with the roses? What's the one with the rose petals?"
Oh my
She's
God, it
like,
seems
"No."
like a sketch.
Yeah, seriously. And he's like, "No, I wasn't in that." She was like, "Oh, am I just really confused?" She goes, "Yeah, I think you are." And I'm
Oh.
like, I can't believe that someone gets to have any moment of time with somebody as interesting as John Cusack and has no idea that he's not in American
He
Beauty.
thought
You
that
know
was
what I
Kevin
mean?
Spacey? Or
I guess I don't think she thought that was Kevin Spacey. I
she
think
thought
she
John
thought
Cusack was in American
well,
Beauty.
yeah, exactly. I think she just got yeah. And maybe, but I don't know, maybe she'll interview Kevin Spacey and go, "Yeah, Say Anything was one of my favorite movies." Yeah, that really, it's really unnerving when someone gets that kind of privilege and has
Mhm.
no qualifications for it.
Yeah. Yeah. They don't really appreciate it, and it's just like,
Yeah.
yeah, I feel like and it reinforces like one of Damon's biggest frustrations and like one of the things that led to him going on Twitter and like declaring that he won't comment on the finale anymore. Like I think he just got fed up with this whole
Yeah.
like they're dead the whole time, right? Like oh my God. Like how many times can they say no before people will believe them? Like it's
Mhm.
and Carlton said in an interview like his biggest regret about the finale was them listening to the ABC executive who told them to put in some footage after the credits so they didn't like go into commercial right after like Jack closes his eyes and they found that footage of the plane
Yeah.
from season one and just put it in thinking it would be a nice little moment like they didn't mean it to mean anything it was just but like that really made people think they were dead the whole time.
Yep. Yep.
And that was his biggest regret about the finale. It's like a finale filled with things that I would regret if I were him.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
But it's like I can understand like they wanted to tell a certain story and like a huge portion of the audience just totally misinterpreted it.
Forever and ever and ever, there will be a percentage of people who will think they were dead the whole time, and they will never be unable to be convinced.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they're so sure. And it's
Yeah.
like, and this guy, when he was talking to Damon, he was sure, he was like, no, no, but they were, the island was just this like metaphorical afterlife thing. Like it was like purgatory. And he's like, no.
Wow.
It's like, why are you explaining the show to Damon?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing of like the lady. No, you were in American Beauty. It's like once he says no once, you
Yeah.
should just be like, okay, I'm wrong then. I'm
Yeah.
not gonna convince you you were in a popular movie you weren't in.
Don't argue. It's like, no, why are you lying?
So yeah, let me go get the movie. I'll show you the
Yeah.
scenes you're in.
We're gonna IMDb this right now.
Yeah, yeah. And it's like, why didn't you IMDb him before?
Yes. Yes. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And like, yeah, I feel like we could have an interesting interview with them where we don't ask them questions that they've already heard a million times before.
Yeah,
We don't have to ask them like, can you tell us answer for X mystery?
yeah,
Because they probably don't want to do that either.
yeah.
But I think we could still have a really interesting interview where we really learn things about like how they put the show together, what their thought process was and stuff like that behind the scenes. Because I think they would be
Yeah,
willing
for
to
sure.
answer questions like that,
Yeah, yeah.
you know, without just like who was on the outrigger, like
Yeah.
like that's you know. So yeah, I'm hoping we can do it. I'm hoping we can do
Yeah,
it.
we got to figure out a game plan to some sort of marketing pitch to them, how we're gonna do it, and contact them and see what. Carlton's on Twitter. Damon's
Yeah,
not.
unfortunately, not anymore.
So maybe we'll get our listeners to start maybe retweeting, tweeting to Carlton like hashtag Lost Lowdown
Mhm.
or something, and get his attention to try to be on the podcast.
Yeah. I feel like one thing we gotta tell them is that we gotta tell them about our podcast. Like they have to understand that we had a
They did.
35-hour podcast about the family.
Yeah, yeah. We have to somehow be like, listen, we podcast what I don't know, more than 500 hours at this point or
Yeah.
something. Like
Yeah.
we kind of know the show a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think I
Yeah.
think that and saying we won't ask you any question you've been asked before.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
they'll be all original questions.
Exactly. Exactly. And uh yeah, because also we're still the no, we're still God, okay. We are currently the only Lost podcast running, I believe.
Really?
I mean, there's this chronologically Lost podcast, but it's about that,
Mhm.
and they just started. But all the other Lost podcasts, at least all the ones I'm aware of, have ended now. So I feel like we're really, we're really like the last one
Oh,
standing here.
yeah. We weren't
And
the first to start, but we'll be the last.
exactly. We're making up for that like year and a half where we weren't podcasting.
Yeah. Well, that's a nice. There's not even any new podcasts about Lost, like those rewatch ones. Are they all done?
There was a rewatch one, but it's done now.
Wow.
So yeah, because they went through it a lot faster, and yeah, they just boom, they're just done.
Wow.
So yeah, they ended like a month ago or so. But it was frustrating, at least for me. I mean, I listened to it because like I'll listen to anything, but it's the other Lost podcast, in case anyone's interested. Um, it was frustrating for me because they had new people on the show, and that's kind of the gimmick with these rewatches.
Yeah.
Like they always have new people, and it's supposed to be friendlier for people who are watching the show for the first time. Obviously our show's not like that anymore.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you want to watch the show for the first time, you need to go back to our old podcasts
Yeah. Yeah.
and listen to those. That's the only way. Because I think we just can't have like interesting, and that's a problem they had. Like there were people who had seen the show, but they couldn't speak freely.
Yeah. It's like I get the impetus to kind of have somebody on the podcast who can represent the audience being new, but you're stuck at what you can talk about. You
Yeah.
can't really. The whole point of a rewatch is that you've seen the whole thing.
Yeah, exactly.
So you can talk
Exactly.
about the whole thing. Yeah.
And so yeah, they were forced to stifle like things that they might have wanted to say, and so it just really limited the discussion. Because and they had to like pretend to like engage like when the newbies would be like, here's what I think's happening, and it's like, wow, you're way off.
Oh no, that's just a waste of time.
Exactly.
To be like, oh, I think it's this. Yeah, you're wrong. And what can I say? I mean, keep watching. Like, shut up.
Yeah, yeah. Like they never I mean they never really called any of the big reveals. They were always off base. And so were we.
Yeah.
Like everyone was. Like no one thought, "Oh yeah, they're going to do a flash forward and then like they're going to time travel and then it's like no one thought that stuff was going to happen. I mean, that was part of what made the show fun to watch, and like it's cool for new I envy people who can like watch the show for the first time, because
Yeah.
it really is exciting to watch the first time.
If you could have Lost on Blu-ray, all of it at once, you've never seen it and you haven't been spoiled, you're really lucky.
Yeah,
You can speed through that whole thing, and every crappy episode is so much less crappy when you have it on demand.
yeah,
And yeah, that's the best way to watch it.
yeah, exactly. That's yeah, I definitely envy that perspective. I mean, I like talking about the show with this like really intense knowledge of it that I have now, but there is something special about that first time. I mean, that's what captured me originally, you know?
Yeah.
It's just the possibilities of those mysteries are really exciting when you don't know where they're going.
Yeah, for sure.
And so like I appreciate that, but as someone who's really familiar with the show, it was just at times it was like, oh my God, like what are they doing, like how can they have a discussion like this?
Mhm.
It's so it's such a stifling circumstance to be in, because they can't really have an honest conversation, because even if they don't like just blurt out a bunch of spoilers, I mean, what they
Mhm.
choose to talk about, you could tell like by the topics they chose and by like the way they chose to talk about them, you could tell that they knew what was going to happen, like by the things they chose to highlight. And so
Yeah.
it's like ultimately it fails anyway, because like the
Mhm.
new people are going to know like, well, they're highlighting this and that didn't seem important to me at all, you
Yeah, I
know?
think you'd have to have a podcast where no one on the podcast has seen Lost.
Yeah. Yeah,
It
exactly.
looks like there's one podcast looks like it's still going. A Lost rewatch. They
What?
started in June of 2014.
Oh shit, what is it called?
Lost rewatch.
Lost Rewatch. Wow, I've never heard of it.
Lost rewatch.simplecast.fm. Their
Okay.
last one was September 16th. All the best cowboys have daddy issues. So they're only on episode
Wow,
10
they're
of
early.
season one.
Yeah, but if they just
So
started, I guess that makes
they're
sense.
saying they're gonna do one a week.
Okay. Well, that'll go fast. Oh yeah, I
Yeah,
see it. I see
yeah.
it. You're right. Okay. Well, there they are. There's a new one.
Well, here's the thing. I think we now have the title of the longest running Lost podcast,
Absolutely.
which is a nice title to have. So,
Yep. Yeah, no, I'd say there's no doubt about that anymore.
yeah,
Every podcast that ran longer than us has been done for years now.
yeah.
So yeah, yeah, we're definitely there, and I'm sure we're also the longest.
Mm-hmm. The longest and the longest.
Exactly. So yeah, we're clearly committed. You know.
Or we need to be committed. Zing.
A little of both.
A little both.
And we're also not like hashtag assholing Damon all the time. So,
No, 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 no.
oh man.
Hashtag asshole. Oh, that's
Yeah.
so funny.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't get that out of my head. It's so I don't know. It's just so openly contemptuous. Like
Yeah, yeah.
it's just amazing. Hashtag asshole. Like really? Wow. Wow.
Like if you want to search for this later, the keyword here is asshole.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Exactly.
File this under asshole. Yeah, it's so funny.
Yeah, and it was like
Yeah,
the
it's
Breaking
sad.
Bad finale was good. Like that was therefore Damon's an asshole. It's just
Mhm.
like
Yeah, some
what?
other show that's completely different had something different happen. Hashtag asshole.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's just
crazy.
like, huh? And by the way, who's talking about the Breaking Bad ending now?
Yeah.
You know, like how many people are still discussing that? That
Well,
show's over, and it was a good show, but man, I think people need to get a little perspective.
yep, yep.
Cause like you can write an ending like that, but it doesn't last.
Yeah,
You know?
because it's literally over. It literally you have put it to bed. It's done. There's
Yeah,
nothing more. I mean, the only one that I can say that's more like Lost or at least is more open after it's over is Sopranos.
yeah,
But that's because it had an ambiguous ending.
yeah, and people
Even
do still talk
though
about that ending.
even though he just apparently came out, was it David Chase?
Chase, yeah.
He came out and gave the definitive answer to
It-
whether Tony was alive or dead recently, but
What's
I
the
don't know.
answer?
Well, I don't know if he gave an answer, and I assume it's the truth, but I don't know if it's one of those situations of like he just gave an answer to shut up the interviewer.
Mhm. Yeah.
But spoiler alert, if you don't want to hear, I will preface this as spoiler alert.
Mhm.
But the answer is he's not dead.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I
I know.
figured.
How satisfying is that, right? I mean, it's kind of like either he's dead or he's not.
Yeah.
It's more interesting if he's not, I guess. And so there, he's not.
I mean, okay, I didn't really watch The Sopranos. I
Oh, okay.
I saw like 2 episodes in season 1.
Mm.
Like The Sopranos kind of predated my interest in television,
Mm-hmm.
and I never went back to like rewatch it. I have
Yeah.
vague like plans, like maybe someday I'll go watch it.
Yeah.
So I don't really know. I have watched the final scene.
Mm-hmm.
Because it was a huge story, and I think that kind of
Yeah. Yeah.
illustrates the point I'm making that like I think and people still talk about it as like a notable ending.
Yep.
That yeah, when you end something like that, it does leave you with something that you can still think about later, you know. But when I watched it, I never thought that he was dead. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like I since I didn't watch the show, my perspective is a bit off, but like it seemed to me like it just cut off in the middle of whatever was going on, and that there wasn't the point was that. Like the point wasn't like, oh, he just got killed, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Like it
Well,
just
and it's one of those weird. It's not like you can look at the Breaking Bad finale and actually ask, is Walt dead or alive? Because it's
yeah,
he's still kind of alive the last time we see him, even though he's dying.
right.
But I think with Sopranos, it was less than that. It was more of okay, somebody's coming out of the bathroom, whatever. Is that guy gonna kill Tony?
Yeah. Right,
And the
right.
question that's so much more open ended, than somebody who's literally dying in the last shot.
Right. Yeah, 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 exactly. Exactly. Because I think, yeah, I mean, just according to, I mean, they could come back and make like Breaking Bad 2 and, say, oh,
Mm-hmm.
Walt lives, the blue meth is back, like if they want. But I think the normal like film language tells you like that was him dying,
Yeah.
you know. And for the story, it totally makes sense. Like
Yeah.
he got the money, he got to his I mean, all the stuff sort of played out. He killed the Nazis, whatever.
Yeah. There's no reason for him to be alive.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Like he's accomplished his goal, and yeah,
And he still had cancer, right?
yeah, yeah, yeah. That was the thing. The cancer came back.
Yeah, so he was. I
He was gonna
mean,
die
that's the other
anyway.
part thing too. Yeah, he's got. It's not like he got cured of cancer. So.
Yeah, and it was getting worse. Like that was something that they talked about at the end. So, yeah, I mean, it's spoiler for Breaking Bad, by the way. Is it too late?
Yeah, it's fine. We've said enough spoilers, I think. If you're still listening to this podcast at this point, come on.
Yeah,
This has been a long
this
one.
isn't really a spoiler-free podcast, but yeah, most of you are probably asleep by now anyway.
Wake up.
It's got some subliminal Breaking Bad spoilers. But yeah, I mean, I think even if he somehow lived through the being shot thing, he would have died shortly anyway.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
think effectively for the story purposes, like he's dead.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whether then or like a few months later,
Yeah, exactly.
it's while he's sitting in jail awaiting trial. Because like, what else would happen at that point?
hmm
So it's like,
Yeah, he put his bloody fingerprints on stuff, so
hmm
like on the evidence, so he's definitely going down for it.
yeah, 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 exactly. Well, I mean, everyone knew about him. Like, he
hmm
was being hunted. They knew. Once they find him, yeah,
Yeah,
he's going
it's
down.
all over. It's all
So yeah, and it's just like I did like the ending, but it's kind of it wraps the whole thing up, and you're just kind of done after it's
over.
over, you
Yeah.
know? And it's really strange to me to look at that and be like, I want Lost to end like that,
hmm
you know? Because I feel like if Lost ended like that, um, who would even care to write hashtag asshole?
Yeah, and I think that's part of the problem, right? Is when you kind of know when you have hit a nerve is when people have a strong opinion.
Yeah,
You can wrap something up nice and neatly and no one ever talks about it again. That might be satisfying, but if somebody has a strong opinion, that means you did something interesting.
yeah,
It might not have worked for everybody, but you did something that's interesting.
yeah, exactly. Exactly. You don't get people that like enraged without actually provoking them in some way with something
hmm
that, they must have on some level appreciated,
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
you know? Cuz
No
like,
one, no one like misses every episode of Lost, just watches the end and goes, "Oh my god, worst episode ever!" Hashtag asshole. You know what
right,
I mean? Like
exactly.
they hooked you in at some point. That's why you're so upset.
Yeah. 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 And you know, it's just hard for me to understand because yeah, I mean any show that I was that invested in, I think I no matter how much I hate the ending, I mean I can't imagine being that enraged.
Well, it's a symptom of entitlement.
Yeah.
People feel entitled to everything. They feel entitled to have every kind of experience they want to have whenever they want to have it. So
Yeah.
it didn't live up to their very narrow definition of what it should have been. So therefore, they feel entitled to be outraged instead of saying, well, 99% of the show was great, or I liked 75% of it, or I
Mhm.
liked everything but the ending. But, it's kind of like Robert McKee says, while I'm at the end, are you losing? It is
Yeah.
kind of like if the last moment leaves a bad taste in your mouth, that's all anybody, well, people who don't have that perspective, that's the last thing they go is
Right.
okay, well, this whole thing, they throw the baby out with the bathwater and say, well, since you didn't live up to my expectation with the very last episode, this whole entire endeavor was for naught. Like
Right.
you should have never made this then
Yeah.
because I wasn't happy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's just entitlement.
Yeah, I guess so. It's just strange to me because it's like, yeah, I mean, they didn't, I don't know. I mean, uh, they didn't, it's not like they made it just for you.
But didn't they?
I mean, they,
That's what entitlement means.
I know. No, you're right. You're right.
That's what they call it, entitlement.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah,
Indeed,
no,
sir.
it's that weird belief that somehow it is all about them.
Yeah. And therefore they're justified in calling him an asshole
Right.
because he should have known they were only making the show for him.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. No, that's a good
Yeah.
point.
Yeah, people are really kind of the worst. That's I think
Yeah.
that's the biggest irony in life is people are the best and people are the worst. And
Yeah.
that's pretty much it.
Man in Black and Jacob were both right.
Exactly. Yep. I feel like that's what somebody should have said is listen, it's not one of the other guys. It's both and, not either or.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Exactly. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Someone should have come in and yeah, they didn't do that.
Yeah. Like mother, somebody like,
Hmm.
kids, stop fighting. It's both and, not either or.
Exactly.
Oh, Allison Janney.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Poor Allison Janney.
Why poor her?
I think she got cast in a really difficult part.
Yeah, yeah. No, I mean, yeah. Would you like to play mother to the deities on the islands? Okay, that sounds easy. No one's gonna have any strong opinions about that character.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and I remember reading that like she called them and was like, "Can you like explain to me what I'm talking about?"
nice.
And they were like,
No.
just go with it."
Hmm.
And
That's probably the smartest thing to do. Just do it.
yeah, just say the lines. Don't worry
It's
about
not gonna
it.
help if we explain it.
Yeah, exactly.
Then you're gonna ask us to explain the explanation.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Every question that you ask will only lead to another question.
Yeah, I wonder if they wrote that. They're like, Allison, there's a line in your script that's the answer to your question. We wrote that because we knew you'd have questions.
Exactly. And it's like I really yeah, like it's interesting when Lost like talks to the audience like that.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, they do that sometimes. Where
Hmm.
it's like they're not even it doesn't even feel like the characters are addressing each other
All
anymore.
all that's missing is them looking directly at the camera.
Yeah.
Like you can tell they're talking to the audience. So
Yeah.
so
Exactly. And I think that at least in my experience with many mysteries and you know anything that has like questions that are resolved or not, I think there's a limit to that. I really don't think that that's necessarily true. You know,
hmm.
I think there are answers that you can give where you don't really like you could ask more questions, but you don't have to. Like there you know, I mean there's a certain point where most of the audience is going to be satisfied with that
Yeah.
and doesn't need to ask, but what about the next, you know, thing that raises, you know,
Hmm.
I think a lot of stories find a way of answering questions where you can just stop with the answer that they give,
Yeah.
you know?
There's a point of satisfaction that's not the same as answering every single question somebody can think of.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like that's uh, just not necessarily true. Like, I think they could have answered things in such a way that it didn't just, I mean, there would be more questions by some, of course, but like a large portion of the audience would have been satisfied. But they're sort of acting like no matter what they do, you
Yeah.
know,
And
everyone's
and
gonna keep
given
asking them things.
that answer works within the uh time limits of a TV show because I think it's more true in like in a TV show than maybe like in a novel, right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, there's probably between the initial question and the ultimate answer is maybe 10 questions long, and we might get to the first two questions. But if you try to ask the third and fourth question, we don't have time to get to the 10th question. So it's kind of true within in terms of like the limits of the storytelling,
Right.
but I think for most people it's kind of like, well, but if you get to the fifth question, I'd be happy.
Yeah.
Give me the fifth answer, I'd be happy.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like the next one I don't really need anymore. It was the first five that I was really having trouble with,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know? Because I certainly feel that way. Like there's a huge range of questions that I have about Lost, and there's definitely some that I could totally live without the answers.
Hmm.
You know? And if they gave me certain answers, I mean, I think that could suffice,
Yeah.
you know.
And then some answers answer other questions, so you don't have to
Mhm.
ask those questions because you got the answers from the other question that's related.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I didn't love it, but the way it was like there were two questions. How did the Black Rock end up on the island, and how did the statue get broken?
Yeah.
Turns out that the Black Rock was in a flood and it knocked over the statue.
Yep.
What more do you need to ask after that?
That's it.
You know what I mean? Like
Yep.
that mystery is closed. I have no lingering doubts about the Black Rock and the statue.
Yeah.
I feel like that's so it's just like it didn't really lead to anything else.
Mhm.
you know and they I think they could have done that, so it's just I don't know, like I understand why they wanted to say that, but I feel like it's not necessarily true.
Yeah. Yeah. It's true to a small extent, but it's not true in totality. It's
Yeah, yeah, and I feel like they're using it as kind of an excuse for why they're not going to um give certain answers, and I just don't really buy that that's necessarily a good reason
yeah.
you know
Yeah, it's a good answer though. It's a good reason not to answer something is to be like, well, you only have more questions. It's like,
yeah,
okay, fine.
yeah, and, I mean, it's very lost.
Yeah.
you know and I
So
do
that.
I do appreciate that aspect.
Cool, man. Well, anything else on further instructions or Lost in
Are we still
general
talking
or
about further instructions?
well,
Um,
no.
well, certainly one day, yes, but I think for the moment, um, that's good.
All right. Well, until next time, thanks and namaste.
Namaste and good luck.